the way forward for the new government on economy, energy, and digital transformation. As most of you have seen in the concept note, in this particular session, which is the first one, being organized by a national network of economic think tanks, of which STPI serves as the secretariat, would aim to discuss the priorities for the post-2024 election, the parties who would be on the treasury as well as on the opposition benches, and the fact that what sort of economy they will inherit and what will be the key priorities, keeping in view the fund program they will be taking forward. We do have a small presentation on this as well, but I think just to formally begin the proceedings, I'll first request Dr. Abid Qayyum Suleri, Executive Director, STPI, for an opening keynote. And after that, we can have a small presentation just to structure our discussion and followed by interventions from the floor. Over to you, Dr. Suleri.
Thank you, Waqar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. And I can also see about 9 guests, they have joined us online. My gratitude for sparing time and being part of this discussion, which is mainly focused on how part. So when we talk of way forward for next government, what needs to be done, I think that is something which almost everyone sitting in this room and those who have joined online and those who are not part of this gathering, they know very well. So historically, one can argue that the challenges facing Pakistan, be it economic challenges or challenge of energy, or for that matter, any other challenge, they are very well known. Likewise, it can be argued that most of the solutions to those challenges, they are also known very well. But how part that somehow remains a big, daunting challenge. How to implement everything that we want to do, how to overcome the obstacles that are required, how to unfold the fundamental structural and policy reforms that are required to take off. So what we want to achieve through your collective wisdom and learning from you is to not come up with a wish list, but with some sort of pragmatic approach and trying to say that if, for example, we say that any targeted subsidies are to be given in sector X, which are those sectors, who would be the beneficiaries, and from where this fiscal cushion would be utilized to provide those targeted subsidies. If we are talking of, for example, having some tax exemptions, again, one would have to see that how that revenue loss would be filled in. If we are talking of more direct taxes, one need to see that what sort of policy structural and implementation reforms are required in taxation system. If we are talking of keeping the exchange rate stable, what sort of interventions are required by the state bank, and what sort of regulatory measures are required, etc., etc. So it is most about this how part where I would like to learn from this August gathering today. What worked, what didn't work, what can work. And based on it, we will try to present your recommendation in a policy paper form to the future next government. And one is mindful of the fact that perhaps one of the fundamental challenge that the next government would face soon after coming in power is engaging with the IMF for the final review of current standby agreement. Again, negotiating the next IMF program, that would be a challenge. And looking at the electoral promises that different political parties they are making today, how will they be able to balance their electoral promises with the engagement that is a must soon after coming into power in the month of March. Then likewise, in the month of March, the preparation of the federal budget for next fiscal year, that would start. And again, that would be a litmus test for the direction that the government would be taking. So to discuss these issues and to think of some possible way forward, pragmatic way forward for the government, we are banking on your wisdom and your intellectual input. And one hopes that by the end of today, each one of us will leave this room more learned and more informed than we are today. Once again, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, Dr. Soleri. We just have a couple of slides to follow up on the important things which you have mentioned. And with support from and collaboration from UNDP, we initiated the Prosperity for Pakistan initiative. And we have Mr. Omar Malik with us as well from the UNDP. I'm sure he'll add further to this. But given that this is something which will be ongoing once the new government also comes in, we have been trying to sort of present more of a people-centric macroeconomic policy agenda. And as you rightly said, that of course we are committed to the fund program, but of course there has to be a human face to the program, which I'm sure that fund as well as the Pakistani side continues to strive on. The objective really has been to arrive at a political ownership for these economic reforms, some of which, of course, may not be very popular. Some of them may have very painful adjustment going forward. So as a thinking community, how does one influence the policy agenda, not just for the elections, which are now around the corner, but also for, let's say, the first 100 days agenda, the medium-term development framework, medium-term budgetary framework going forward, And then, of course, how once there is clear identification on which a minimum consensus-based agenda can be formed, who are the major stakeholders at a federal level, at a provincial level to take forward this agenda with, of course, support and collaboration of development partners, private sector, and of course, other stakeholders, government and non-government. We also believe that there have to be some guiding principles going forward. There has to be a right-based approach when it comes to macroeconomic policies, many of which, of course, people feel, or even the voters of political parties feel that may have a disconnect from the ground reality. Inflation is, for example, one case in point that people would be very careful about, critical about the fact that macroeconomic policies and the way they will impact the poorest of the poor should be taken into consideration. Inclusion of several, of course, cross-cutting items, including sustainability, climate change, gender in the economic discourse often take a backseat, and they have to be, of course, centered going forward as well. So in the project, of course, which, as I said, goes on beyond the election tenure, we are, with your help, of course, with the help of all the stakeholders who will join us for the 3 sessions today, there is some updation of knowledge or knowledge production, as one calls it, onboarding of stakeholders, then, of course, engaging with the new government, and then, of course, the launching of medium-term homegrown agenda, as one calls it. And it just doesn't stop at, of course, the initial economic priorities. One may also offer, or this group may also offer some handholding wherever the government requires it when it comes to implementation of key macroeconomic policies once the new ministerial level leadership takes charge. So in terms of today's agenda as well, one would like to have a short as well as a medium-term outlook to things, identifying economic priority areas, really from a people's perspective, and then, of course, move forward towards what could be a realistic, pragmatic policy direction going forward, and identification of key persons, institutions, and organizations who could take forward and push those decisions which we are talking about, or which we continue to, of course, read in the popular media. So with this, I believe that the concept note had the questions on which the discussion has to center around in the next maybe hour or so. So we can really come to you and open the floor for your perspectives. I also see our colleagues online as well. So online colleagues could maybe, whenever they would like to come in, they can raise their hand, or a show of hand would allow us to incorporate you in the discussion. So really, it's the floor is open now. Thank you. So just for the ease of our colleagues who are here and online, I can also read out the set of questions. First relates to the tax reforms. One has, of course, seen several news items recently appearing on the FBR overhaul as well. How can Pakistan's taxation system be reformed to generate more fiscal space, considering the low tax to GDP ratio and potential avenues for increased revenue space? In what ways can public enterprises and subsidies be restructured to enhance economic efficiency and reduce fiscal burdens? Thirdly, what strategies can be implemented to transform the agriculture sector to boost productivity and resilience against climate shocks? How can Pakistan leverage its recovery to attract economic recovery to attract and sustain foreign investment, particularly in underutilized sectors like large-scale manufacturing, agri-tech, fintech, etc.? What are the innovative financing mechanisms that can be adopted to support economic reforms and development goals, particularly aligned with priority SDGs? And then, of course, protecting low-income groups from the impact of inflation and the design of social protection that has to go along with this. I do see Dr. Hakan Najib online, so maybe to give a chance to our online participants first, maybe if he would like to come in, I could request him.
Thank you, Dr. Vakar. Thank you, Dr. Soleri, for having me and having this in dialogue. STPI has become a center of excellence, makes me really happy. So I think the first order of business should be that we should convey to the government that what has worked in the world will work for Pakistan in the coming 5 years. So, if I start with a few stylized facts, prudent macroeconomic management or maintaining a macro stability, I think, has been the key, whether it's East Asia or what we've seen in India. Secondly, the theme should be that Pakistan, like other countries, now needs to be much more globally integrated. And that is what you were talking about, being in the global value chain, which Pakistan, unfortunately, has not been able to do. Thirdly, I think the theme has to be that private sector has to have more space. And so policies designed to give it more space would become, much more important. So, this is the broad view on, putting a shape to an economic agenda. But what we've now seen in Pakistan is that unsound fiscal policies, both what you mentioned on the taxation side, but also on the expenditure side, have overshadowed our ability to do all these things. So as we get to more now realistic things that we need to do, and again, because I've been much more operational in the government and done more operational work, so I'm going to be more operational. Pakistan today stands in a stagflationary environment with the BOP somewhat more comfortable, and that primarily is due to the IMF program. So that's realization number one. So as you rightly pointed out, the first transition Pakistan has to make after 8th of February is an IMF program. So the how part there is to first realize Pakistan's been in the 23rd program now. 21 of those programs were incomplete. It is a misnomer to keep saying that Pakistan has done 23 programs. The only program Pakistan has ever completed is the 13-16 program. So a small core team of people, you guys, the government should sit together and think, why has that been the case? And what is the next program that Pakistan can do? So put up the fiscal measures. Now the how part. Let's say you want to move some subjects from the center to the provinces. So these are about 17 subjects, as I recall. The current budget there is about 2 to 300 billion. The PSDP is about 2 to 300 billion. So very clear agenda. How do you move these subjects? Make that part of the IMF program. You have 803 billion in your pensions. So now start to think, how can we stop the buildup of those pensions? So what are the pension reforms that would form part of the IMF agenda? So in this way, what we can do in a paper, or you guys can do in a paper, is to put these things which would form the contours of an IMF program. Similarly, Pakistan's debt repayments at about 8,300 billion are very high. I'm still staying with the expenditure side. On those, what is to be done on the debt reprofiling aspect of Pakistan? So that's the third part you must put with the IMF. I can tell you from my international interactions these days that yes, debt restructuring, as they think about it, and as debt reprofiling, as I call it, is very much on the agenda. So some homework should be done by Pakistan on this. The general subsidy, and you guys know more about it, so I'll leave it at that. 1074 is the budgeted amount. How do you want to move that to the 300 units, which is the political agenda of all the political parties today? So now we are trying to be politically savvy and say that you want to go to the 300 units. We can't make that electricity free, but what we can do is take the 1074, and as Suleri Saab has many times pointed to a card, is there going to be an energy card which will partly help those 300 units. I think it's 67%, if I'm not mistaken, of the domestic. So I've gone into detail of the expenditure side. The reason being, in my opinion, the fiscal will get better now, and there is more meat on the fiscal in this budget on the expenditure side. And I've put these things to you very hopefully clearly. Something else that is much deeper to do is the PSDP reform, of course. If I have the data correct, more than 1,700 projects, a throw forward of 16 years or so. So that's your medium-term agenda with the IMF. How would you like to revamp it? Many structural benchmarks, many targets, many quantitative performance criteria would come out from the discussion that we are trying to have. The other part which holds a lot of meat is the tax expenditure side. Forget any other organizations. In the economic survey, Dr. Vakar, we write that 2239 billion is the tax expenditure that is there. So you, Sulay Saab and all, should get some tax experts and say that we should remove these concessions. That's exactly what we did in the last program also. I used to come up with, I think, 250 billion with the FPR team, that these are the concessions we'll take away. That is, I think, something also that will resonate with the fund and resonate with the people of Pakistan. And then there are administrative stuffs also. We've been doing this treasury single account for a very long time, but somehow we've not been able to, administer it as well as we would like to. So what now one is trying to put together is a more granular picture of what can be done in terms of the expenditure reforms or the fiscal reforms on the expenditure side and would resonate with the fund. I think that is something, if we start preparing, now that takes a lot of work. One has to be very, very honest about this, that this is not, an easy task. But the knowledge now is there. That's, I think that's the good part. So if we are able to convince the government that this kind of work is required, this will form the next 6 months agenda in terms of the fund program, and then in terms of the budget as well. And along with comes some taxation reforms. And in my next interaction that you do with me, we can talk about this or listen to others as well. And then in our next interaction, we can also talk about how we solve the global integration part of Pakistan, which is about the investment side and the export facilitation and the business environment in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Really appreciate these interventions. I think you have chalked out probably a very well thought out short to medium term agenda and the priority for the next government. I think I'll take lead from the last point that you mentioned regarding, of course, the critical role that investment reforms would play, of course, to kickstart medium term economic growth and, of course, beyond that, and how important that revival of growth is for, of course, job creation as well. So maybe if I could request Mansoor Malik Saab, who's here with us, he's been working in areas of future, as I say, which carry potential given our large population, large domestic demand, and how to sort of bring those areas to limelight so that there's a pitch in which, of course, people sort of find sustainable, bankable options to invest in. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. SDPI is a very nice platform. I've been involved last 10, 15 years when we were setting up the country's first technology incubation center at NUST in 2002-03. So we helped create the startup ecosystem in Pakistan. Last 15, 20 years, we added about $4 to $5 billion into our economy through innovation, through startups, through knowledge-based SMEs. Last 3 years, our group, which has now from the IT, telecom, beauty parlors, and this and that, we've gone into high tech. So we've got a voluntary organization by the name of Pakistan Aerospace Council, in which we went to the private sector. Some of them we had helped create. To start with, they were involved in the auto sector. So we pushed their ladder in terms of what Dr. Waqar talked about, knowledge production. So we, a rubber part made for a car is 100 rupees. When you qualify that for an aerospace vehicle or an aviation, you're talking about $1,000, $2,000. So we're looking at the export potential. We're looking at private sector growth. We have a large, fat public sector aerospace industry. I've spent a lifetime there. So now we're helping create that in the private sector. Right now, we have 3 clusters of high-tech private sector industrial group in Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad. And our orientation is exports. So we're looking at from the startup ecosystem into value-added high-tech aerospace industries. And to a good advantage, we have thousands of aero technicians available in the country. We have thousands of aerospace and avionics engineers. So we are looking at not only the aviation, we're also looking at the space in terms of the verticals involved in the Pakistan Aerospace Council. So we've prepared a paper. I'm going to forward it to SDPI in terms of the new government, what all incentives we can do to bring in foreign investments into this very lucrative market. We're talking about an aerospace industry which brings about $500 to $600 billion revenue every year. So even if we tap 1% or 2% of that, we're talking about adding $35, $40 billion in the next 3 to 5 years. So I'll stop here and give recommendations to SDPI for high-tech knowledge production, aerospace industry, industrial growth in the private sector after a background of the startups and IT and telecom. We are moving up the ladder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansoor sir. Maybe I'll come back to you in the second round for a follow-up question around how the current economic situation has impacted our startups, which have been doing very well. Of course, some of them under your leadership. But I'll turn to, of course, one of the aspects which you mentioned, which is export competitiveness. And I'll probably request Umar Bhatti Saab for his interventions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Waqar Saab and STPI for this opportunity. I think when we talk these days, we are talking about FBR restructuring, fiscal restructuring in a general sense. So we can, in the same vein, we can also talk about how we are going to use our tech system. For example, reportedly 45% of the revenue generated by FBR comes from the import tariffs. So the import tariff, it is being used as an instrument of revenue generation instead of being used as an instrument of trade policy. So we have been talking about it since long now. So what we can do in the same vein that we are talking about the restructuring of FBR, we should make National Tariff Commission empowered. So National Tariff Commission's decision that what should be the output tariff, especially the output tariff, not the input tariff, what should be the output tariff on certain commodities. For example, what happens in Pakistan that we have imposed intermediary tariffs on for our export for our manufacturing and then export, but the output tariff is also very high. Just to go into the details, if a shirt is being manufactured in Pakistan and it is being priced for like 7,000 to 8,000 rupees. It is like that because the output tariffs are very high and our import tariff is very high, and that shirt which is being imported, the same shirt which is being imported, is also being sold in Pakistan at a very high price. So what happens that the exporter or the manufacturer does not export the same shirt or the same product, and it will keep go on selling the shirt in Pakistani market. So again, this has also been said many times that import substitution has in a way become export substitution. So I think the new government must take this opportunity and restructure the National Tariff Commission as well. And then after the fiscal deficit, we also see that we are always running a trade deficit as well. So what to do about it? We have been seeing some sort of, I would say, whack-a-mole responses by the previous government that put some ban on import luxury items, things like that. I don't think so. That's the solution. I think we need to diversify first of all our export base. If we look at the UNCTAD diversification index. Since 1996 up until now, Pakistan's diversification index has been squeezing, and our concentration index has been increasing in a way. I mean, like we have become more and more concentrated. So we need to diversify away from the traditional exports as a product, I would say, and then from the traditional market as well. We have seen recently that in Pakistan, 2% export rebate has been additional 2%. The export rebate has been extended to the exporters who are exporting to the traditional and non-traditional markets like Africa or South America. But there has not been much exports in terms of volume or value we have seen since the introduction of that particular regime. So what is the way forward? I would say that we need to diversify from traditional exports, mainly the textiles. Even if we have to export the textiles, we have to bring down, as I said earlier, the output tariffs. That's very important. And as Dr. Khan Saab mentioned and Dr. Waqar Saab mentioned, that we need to, be globally integrated. And I think when we say globally integrated, we first need to be regionally integrated. We couldn't do that since very long. And thank you very much. And I will add something else later on as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Umar Saab. I thought this was very insightful, particularly with respect to the fact how tariffs and para-tariffs while they should play a role in trade competitiveness, of course, they end up, of course, hurting overall trade vision, STPF as we define it, So thank you for this. Maybe in the second round, a follow-up question around how peer economies have transformed their tariff and para-tariff structures, because in order to remain competitive, we'll have to, of course, be in line with how they are devising their trade taxes. Given that, of course, we also want to have a lens on how macroeconomic policies are impacting really the people on the ground, and to bring in the social protection, social safety aspect as well. So I do see Umar Khalid Saab here. I don't know if he'd like to come in at this stage, maybe, or.
Thank you very much, Waqar sir. It's a pleasure here to be part of this discussion. Actually, with respect to social protection, a few points I would like to add, but I had some other points on the, more macroeconomic and business environment side. But first, I'd like to address the social protection dimension. And I think there is a need to also rationalize our social protection expenditures that we are doing under BISP basically. And there also needs to be, I think, a mechanism for sharing this with the provinces, because this is also, much of the sectors that BISP is spending in are basically provincial subjects. So I think a debate towards that side also needs to be started. Another issue, especially in respect to the recent, inflationary spike that Pakistan has been witnessing, over the last 2 years, and missing, part of the existing social protection framework in our country is the missing middle. So basically, BISP is targeting the poorest of the poor. But I think now is the time we need to also think about bringing in the, extending some sort of protection to the lower middle income segments also, who have been heavily affected, with the recent inflation. So this is, I think, a few points with respect to social protection. And with your permission, I'd also like to add another few points, in follow-up the discussion which already has been taken place. So basically, with respect to macroeconomic policy and growth, because obviously we are stuck in a very low growth, trap for the last few years. And, private sector, of course, is the key driver of growth in any economy. And in Pakistan, I mean, it's been our observation also. And I've also, during my tenure with the Ministry of Finance, along with Dr. Hakan, spearheaded private sector reforms at the national level. So one thing that even we pointed out back in 6-7 years, which has still not been implemented, and I think it is a time that, this thing is also brought on the policy agenda. It's basically the high taxation, which is killing private sector in Pakistan. And it's not just high taxation, it is also the inter-provincial and inter-federal, distribution of taxes. And case in point is, the services sales tax, which the provinces are levying, and, a business, if it's operating in all 4 provinces, they are bearing an unproportionate burden of the taxes. So that is one area I think the new government needs to look into in consultation with the provinces. This needs to be rationalized, because this is, I think, even at that time and even in recent discussions with major industrialists, this has been pointed out as a major reason for economic activities, becoming more informalized. So this is the last thing we want to do. So to boost the private sector, we need to sort of synchronize this inter-provincial taxation. And I think in this regard, we can learn from India. They also had similar issues, but they sorted out, and with so many states also, they harmonize the federal and, state level taxes to make it more favorable, for the private sector. So I think going forward, this is one area that needs to be focused on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think a very important observation. Thank you for linking the social protection pointers with, of course, the overall economic growth priorities which one has to deliver. I also want to give a chance here to our development partners who are here with us today. Some of them, of course, have been part of our previous dialogues as well. I could maybe start from Mr. Sebastian Post, who's from the German Embassy, for his interventions, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. When I read the title Reshaping the Discourse, I can say that actually from the development partner side, there's probably no need to reshape the discourse, because we've always tried to put our finger right on the things to do. And especially also when it comes to IMF has clearly said where the problems are, and I think the IMF message is clear, but often painful, I understand, but necessary messages from IMF have always been here supported by the development partners first. Second, and excuse me for my open words, because I think only open words help here, and maybe sometimes not being too diplomatic, but diplomatic partners, development partners have seen that the country as such is kind of on a course which clearly needs correction. It's more a downward than an upward course. And in this context, at least from the German side, from the European side, I would also send the message to you that we regret that, but we of course will continue to stand by your side and do our best to contribute whatever we can. But you are the actors yourself. I mean, it depends primarily on you where the country will go to in the future. Now, with having said that, I would like to focus maybe on two or three points, and not covering the whole set of, or the whole list of points. First, reshaping the discourse when it comes to a new government. What the country needs in general is stability in form of a realistic policy which creates trust within and outside the country. And that has to do with a clear policy strategy, a clear political strategy. In this context, I have to say, I'm still waiting for these political strategies presented by the parties, no matter now which party, PMLN or whatever parties, but it's more about slogans than about clear strategies. So the actors who come to power will have to clearly say where they want to go in order to create that trust. And then it's also about, as I said, continuity in politics. The second is stability. How can I say outside? My colleague here has pointed to this fact. Regional stability. Regional stability means, of course, first of all, peace. In this context, we have some recent challenges now here, which are not helping to create international trust. But it's also about intensifying integration in a way that to make use of the chances which this region is actually offering. And there I'm looking especially, I'm looking first to your northern neighbor, and I think that's not going so badly because, I mean, you will not often hear that from Europeans or Germans saying that CPEC can be also something good. Belt and Road Initiative. I'm actually in a way. I'm not, at least I have to be careful now, at least I'm not an opponent to Belt and Road Initiative. And I think this cooperation with China in the context of Belt and Road Initiative, in the context of CPEC can offer big chances. And in that regard, I think the country is on an interesting course. But the other big point, of course, is your eastern neighbor. Me as a German, with our historic experience, I mean, we had a similar challenge with France. There were, over centuries, there was war with France. And but the solution, what's the presence now? What is reality now? Reality is now that we have found a relationship with France, which is stability and peace. And what was the consequence? The consequence was that France and Germany are now for each other the best partners, the biggest trade partners, the biggest economic partners. So, I mean, this is a choice you have to make for yourself, but I think without getting into a more constructive, into a more cooperative relationship to the biggest market in the world, and that is India at the moment. Economic, political and economic recovery agenda will always remain a bit incomplete without that. Maybe last but not least, in this, I try to limit myself because, of course, unfortunately we could talk about many more points here, but one thing where I think where I feel obliged also to give my personal opinion when it comes to reshaping the discourse means that it is clearly reshaping the discourse with IMF. I think I try to explain it with a better example and not going too much into the worst example. I think the better example how to deal with IMF in such a problematic situation the country finds itself now is how the caretaker government has dealt with IMF. I think they have found a relatively constructive and cooperative discussion base with IMF. So things then started to move forward. Before, that was less optimal. And we should avoid, the new government should avoid, whoever is there, whoever is dealing with the IMF as finance minister, should try to get at least, I mean, that does not mean to have to accept everything what comes from IMF, but at least to go into a more transparent, more realistic, more constructive discussion mode with and negotiation mode with IMF, because you will not be able to get around IMF. Without IMF, the country will get into deep trouble. So it's only with IMF. So then why not trying to get along in the best constructive way with that? So much maybe at this point from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I think your point around integration with neighbors is certainly extremely important. And one of our colleagues, of course, lately wrote that one of the reasons that inflation has been stubbornly high is because we don't have regional value chains basically working the way they should in agriculture and food space. And certainly, as you rightly noted, that a conducive relationship with IMF, of course, unlock a lot of financial resources for the next government going forward. And it'll be critically important how they, of course, manage or develop that relationship with the fund as well as the partners who would be contributing to development finance in the next 4 to 5 years. I see some sector-specific representation around the table as well. So I would like to invite our other colleagues to come in now. I do see Dr. Munazza. We have Mudassir Ghafoor Saab, we have Dr. Suleiman Saab, and I'm sure that their sector-specific expertise would certainly add to the value. I can see that a couple of more colleagues have joined us online as well. So maybe I could start with Dr. Saiba first and then others maybe.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Munazza Jabin from International Islamic University, and I'm an assistant professor there. And here I have some recommendation around for innovative financing solution. There is a need to adopt a wide range of technologies and approaches to transform traditional financial services. And for this, free startups should be encouraged for digital payments, and as a role of telecom companies is required, as they are adopting IoT technology, and they're providing IoT solutions in various areas, so they can be asked to develop IoT solutions for finance and digital payments. So IoT technology should be integrated in various aspects of digital transformation and digital payments. That's all from me.
Thank you, Dr. Saiba. And I think we'll follow up on this very important point in our next session, which will be after tea, which is around the digital transformation agenda. So a very important point, and thank you for this input. And if I could now invite Mudassir Ghafoor Saab for his interventions, please. I could go to Dr. Suleiman Saab, PMDC.
Thank you, sir. It's a wonderful gathering. I'll initiate with the fact that as I'm not an economist or some specialist, finance specialist, but having said that, being a public health specialist, my recommendations or focus in this context will be, we are all talking about structural reforms in the economics and finances, and how the new government should take up all these opportunities to the best public interest. Coming to our public health sector, my recommendations or suggestions will be that we need to create resources in the form of medical tourism for Pakistan, because this area has always been neglected by every government, and by restructuring or promoting the medical tourism, we can generate, I guess, a big resource from this. We had always been in contact with Turkey in this regard. We have make a liaison with our institution and make a liaison with them. There is no, unfortunately, there is no organ bank in Pakistan till this date, which is, which can provide free of cost organs like kidney, bone marrow, cornea to the general public, which again can produce a resource by attracting the foreign dignitaries. The second thing, which is very much important about, again, public sector issue, as there are, we have almost 2 lakhs of students who give the exam every year for entering into medical colleges. But unfortunately, due to the less focus of the government on this sector, we have very limited public sector medical colleges. Out of 2 lakhs students, only 20,000 students get admitted in the medical colleges, out of which 80% goes to the private medical colleges. So only the 20% goes to the public medical colleges. This is also another drawback. And I think my suggestion will be for the new government to focus on this area, and of course, the medical tourism, which can generate a good resource for the next government. Thank you so much. That will be from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Suleiman, for your interventions and the point around health sector potential and the opportunities that the sector presents. Now, I want to bring in Dr. Nadeem ul Haq. I believe that he is online, and Pied has done some wonderful, he's not? Okay, okay. So Pied has done some wonderful work on, of course, reform priorities and contributing to manifestos, or what should be the core reform agenda for economic manifestos of political parties. So maybe once he is back online, and then we can take him into the discussion again. We're also. I think he's back online. I think Dr. Nadeem ul Haq is here. So, Doctor, can you hear me?
Ji Waqar, I can hear you very well. I've been following the proceeding. I've been following.
Pied has done some excellent work on reform priorities for the next government and things which should go into the manifestos of political parties. So we were just hoping that if you could focus on the how part of things, you know, and what is the suggestion that has come from the deliberations, excellent deliberations of Pied in the roundtables which have taken place. One of them was held yesterday as well, you know, and how you are looking at the post-election economic scenarios and policies which the government would be following, keeping in view the fund program as well. So over to you, Dr.
Thank you, Waqar. I've been listening very patiently and very carefully to what has been said here. Wonderful gathering, great, enjoyed it. Look, as to the next government, I expect nothing different, more of the same, because quite frankly, the structures remain the same. So why should we expect anything different? We'll keep talking about it, and they'll do the same thing over and over again. The hunt for the finance minister will be on. Ms. Agdar will come in, he'll mess up things, and then they'll hunt for another finance minister. So we'll get the same old faces, so it doesn't matter. The main thing is that we have to think about how the structures will change. So we put out a reform manifesto yesterday. The book is out, you can look at it. And what we are asking for is deep reform in every sector of the economy. So we've got 10 different areas where we've talked about reform, and I think we should look at it. We were from energy to making markets to collecting taxes. In fact, I think we should really, my focus is we should put the tax agenda back a little. We focus so much on taxation, not the real economy. I mean, it's a very strange policy that we are practicing. On the one side, we want to tax more. On the other side, we want to give subsidies more. So I think the fault is our economists who keep harping on this theme. We should think about making markets first. We are a closed economy. We are a Soviet economy. All prices are fixed by the government. Even the real estate prices are fixed by the government, DC rate, FBR rate. We have not even done the first step in the Washington consensus. So I think we should really look at the deep reform before we worry about other things, because quite frankly, the government has neither the capacity to make reform, and this business of donors trying to push policies hasn't worked. And I think donors also need to step back and think about it and collaborate with us in asking for real reform rather than just simply saying, oh God, you know, let's talk about another new agenda. Let's talk about climate change. Or let's talk about women. Or let's talk about this. The fundamentals of the economy are all wrong. We can't make policy. The finance ministry, all of you know, you were there, Waqar, Hakan was there. The finance ministry can't make policy. I know you guys are in thick with the government, but you've seen what have you achieved. So the deep reform that we need to think about, all of us need to think about, the fact that the civil service does not work, the fact that we've got a colonial administration, the fact that we have got Fite Wali files, the fact that we've got a colonial judiciary that simply focuses on, doesn't have any common law characteristics, changes its mind whenever it likes. It's a very whimsical judiciary. The fact that we've got a regulatory structure that's huge, we've calculated sludge and the footprint of the government, it's huge. Waqar, you were involved in the footprint of the government calculation. These things have to take front seat. And then the question I ask all of you is, where are the markets in this country? Are we living in the Soviet Union or in a capitalist country? I mean, every market is regulated by the DC or by the government. How do we trade in this country? So the stock market we've looked at, the stock market has 31 families that run the stock market. It's hugely cartelized. There's not enough liquidity in the stock market. The corporate governance is so flawed that it's almost Sin Club members who are on the board of the of companies. So I think we need to really get deeper into the reform agenda, and that's what we've been putting out at PIDE. And the latest is the PIDE Reform Manifesto. We thought if the political parties won't put out a manifesto, let's put it out and let's see if we can goad them into thinking about reform. So on the how part, I think we have to push for reform, and we have to keep pushing for reform with one voice. Once we have a policy community that asks for reform, these guys will be forced to engage with us. Right now, we suck up to them, and they occasionally come to act like lords, but they have no reason to engage with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sab. And just to follow up, I think I would highly encourage all in the audience and online to, of course, read the document which PIDE has put out. They are on their, the document is linked to their social media handle and posted today in the morning. And Dr. Sab, you talked about the role that development partners can play in this process. So I would like to bring in our colleague, Najee from the World Bank for his interventions and the role, of course, that they continue to play. And you talked about how the thinking needs to change across the board. And I'm sure that the World Bank has been a partner in really encouraging this change in the thought paradigm. So over to you, Najee.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for arriving late. So the World Bank has published in December policy notes that are intended for the new government. Usually we don't make these public, but it's often something we share with new authorities to be able to share frank views of where we think are the priorities of the country. This time we decided not only to make them public, but also to open them for consultation. First draft was shared in September. And we had a number of consultations, some of them in collaboration with SDPI, in particular with the political parties. So all what we think in terms of the country's priorities are in those notes. We try to focus on a few topics. And there's not much new in those, as has been mentioned quite a bit. The challenges of the country are known, and macroeconomic stability will be paramount, of course, and therefore fiscal reforms to increase fiscal revenues and reduce expenditures because they are at levels that need to become more sustainable. So all of this is known. The big question for a new government after the elections will be what to focus on, and trying to have policy continuity. What has hurt, in our view, the development trajectory of Pakistan is inconsistency in the commitment to stay course on policies and programs. I think not everything can be improved overnight. Policy change takes time, implementation takes time, but changing the expectations of economic actors
for them to believe that this time policy change and reforms will be steady and will be consistent and will not be derailed is what make turnarounds in the country's trajectories. This is what we've learned over the past decades. So the big question mark, to which I have no answer as the World Bank, is whether this is the moment where credibility in terms of this consistency of reforms will shift and will be strengthened with the new government coming in. But this is to be seen, but this is definitely what is needed. For more information, we invite all participants to, of course, consult our policy notes, which are on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Najee. And I think one of the things that the policy notes do, I think you said that they may not offer anything new, but I think one of the things that they do offer is that in each of the sectors, there are 8 policy notes, and each of those 8 notes, what one does find this time is that what are those areas where federation and provinces can really come together, because post 18th Amendment in each of the sectors, there have been overlaps, there have been challenges, finding common grounds has been difficult between provinces and the federation, as well as intra-province as well. So I think that's what Dr. Suleri was also talking about, the how part of things, that's the dynamics that those 8 policy briefs bring to the table. Dr. Nadeemul Haq also talked about the need for market development and the fact that we are stuck in a situation where, of course, taxes and subsidies and the discourse around tax and subsidies takes the center stage. So on market development, I see that Mr. Moeen Bartley has joined us, and given that he was at the helm of affairs at the Competition Commission of Pakistan at one point, an entity responsible for competition policy, for creating markets, so maybe, sir, if I could request your intervention.
Thank you. I think that I agree with Dr. Nadeemul Haq that we need to strengthen our markets. And I think in the past few years, the Competition Commission and the work, the clarity with which markets need to be strengthened and regulated, I think that needs to be strengthened. And, for starters, we can look at all the regulators of the different sectors, and all of those regulators need to be strengthened. So, telecom, energy, all of these regulators need to be strengthened. And I think in terms of the regulatory framework as well, I think that needs to be revisited. Like, for example, in the area of technology, there's been so much new development, so that needs to be taken into account. And then I think in terms of markets for everyday goods, for essentials, for foods, I think there needs to be sort of a decision, or let's say a choice, that are these prices and markets going to be made more efficient through control or through letting the markets work. So I think perhaps there needs to be some sort of debate, discussion in the public domain, because I don't think this has really been discussed. In my view, the best way is to make the markets work. So I think, but we need to have this discussion. And let's say, hypothetically, if we have this discussion and if the support is there to make the markets work, then there needs to be a roadmap as to what needs to be done to make markets work. Let's say these wholesale markets, wholesale agricultural markets, food markets. And so then what are the steps to make that happen? So one is information flow, Then the players in the markets, they need to be strengthened, follow the rules, maybe self-regulate. But I think all of these steps they need to be taken very clearly. Right now, there's a lot of chaos, or we're muddling our way through. So this needs, I think, a lot of involvement of civil society, think tanks, all of the different players. And sometimes if the government is preoccupied with other things, then the civil society, think tanks, citizens need to step up and play a bigger role. So these are some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before I go back to our online participants, maybe I could also invite Ms. Sumaira Abbasi, who has joined us. She's Executive Director of TIE. And given that a lot of what Moin Saab has just said around, of course, market development and the fact that how difficult it is for the new entrants and the regulatory burden that they face, So, of course, Sumaira at TIE, of course, they have this challenge of helping, hand-holding many of these firms, So really would like to hear their experience. And of course, what are those priorities which startups are, of course, looking for?
Thank you so much. With the startups, particularly, of course, we are a nascent ecosystem, and with the initial years of understanding and sort of setting up the ecosystem in terms of awareness and providing an entrepreneurship and startups as a career path for young people, we're now moving towards that direction where there's more maturity in how the startups are formed, and their commitment and commitment and their seriousness towards building those enterprises is great. Unfortunately, to date, whatever startups have, whatever recognition or global investments that startups have been able to attract so far has been on a very self-initiated and organic sort of way, with very little support in terms of a policy framework, in terms of encouraging foreign investments from the government's side. One of the good things that we've seen recently, we saw the initiation of the Pakistan Startup Fund. That's also going to hopefully create more investor confidence, where the startups will see that kind of support coming in. However, more and more input from the investors, VCs from around the world, is that the lack of investor confidence is, of course, because of the not a very enabling environment, causing a very high risk factor for investors to invest although, despite the fact that Pakistan is emerging as a very high potential market for investors. But unless and until there's greater support in frameworks, in the kind of investments that they're able to, lock into the country, we're going to unfortunately not really be able to, capitalize on the potential of our startups. The second thing is, of course, that a lot of initial support financially for startups has come through donor funding and projects and programs. Sadly, that has, of course, led to, building a different kind of trajectory for most startups, being very superficial and only running from one grant to another, and not really, being able to create startups that are genuinely investable and real businesses. So I think that if we, can, from our experience, the two things that are key for, strengthening the environment for startups will be, of course, good initiatives and strengthened policy frameworks. And of course, the third thing is, of course, we all know the challenge of the financial exchange of, money from startups from here across and back forth. Unfortunately, because of that, we've also seen a lot of companies have had to sort of relocate from the country only, and of course, that's taking away from the overall sort of how startups are contributing to the economy and to the investments. So these are key things, that enabling factors, I think, that the policy should really aim to target, to create that facilitating environment. And the third thing, I think it's been discussed in terms of, the tax reforms. We need to create tax reforms that are not punitive, to encourage more and more startups, especially, and I'd like to highlight that because we work extensively with women as well. A lot of women-led enterprises, especially when they're at the earlier, smaller stages, are they're scared to come into this whole framework. So we need to create sort of incentivizing tax reforms. They're not punitive, so that it encourages more and more, especially the smallest enterprises, to enter the mainstream economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mara Abbasi, for your inputs. I think one of the reasons that STPI partnered with the Board of Investment towards the PRMI, Pakistan Regulatory Modernization Initiative, is precisely because of the things which you have very rightly mentioned. We also conducted a survey with the diaspora. And if you look at their response 10 years back, they used to invest in self-help projects in health, education, community health, of course. And now, 10 years later, they want to invest in startups. But of course, they want to see a very certain policy regime, as you have rightly mentioned, going forward. Maybe I would turn to Dr. Hakan Najib now, with what, of course, we have heard about the tax regime from the floor. Tax regime being scary for the new entrants, difficult to navigate. Dr. Nadim's perspective that our focus is probably misplaced when it comes to tax reforms. So maybe because Dr. Hakan had already touched on this point during his initial interventions, I'd come back to you, Dr. Hakan, on this point, and of course on the other points that you'd like to touch upon in this second round.
So thank you. So it's been a very, very good discussion. So, let's see where we all agree. We all agree that Pakistan needs to be globally integrated. We all agree that the private sector has to have more space. We all agree that macro stability is a necessary condition for creating growth in Pakistan. We all have agreed that IMF is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition for Pakistan's prosperity. We would have to do much beyond the IMF, and some of the things that I earlier talked about. What we've not talked about, and I'll come back to tax, what we've not talked about is that countries that have done well have also maintained a low cost of production. That's an area that we haven't talked about. And in that, your energy sector would become extremely important when you go there. We've talked about streamlining business environment. PRMI is important. Umar rightly said we had written a report in 2016. Many of those things can go on. Low trade protection is also important. Many of our friends have alluded to that. So the menu is quite clear how the global integration will take place. Something, these are many of the things that the government has to do. But something that we've now learned, and that should be passed on to the new government very clearly, is that overvalued exchange rate hurts a country. Countries that have done well in East Asia have actually maintained undervalued exchange rates. We are now near 100 on the rear, if rear was to be taken as one of the benchmarks. And what you've seen is some stability on the current account. You've seen some controls on the imports, and so some stability on the BOP. This should not be lost in the coming years. I think that should be a very, very important message from our meeting today. On the taxation side, Dr. Waqar, as I said, I think for me, expenditure, because that's more structural in nature, and would send a better signal, not locally only, but to our external partners. So that is the reform that we must see in the budget, and I highlighted some of the things. On the policy side of the taxation side, I think something has become very clear, right? I mean, 9% of tax to GDP on the FPR for a very long time, aspiring to go near 12%. In this, here's another very important point. I think you would have to go back to the NFC award and the next government after the first 6 months in office, because those should be spent with the IMF, with formulating an expenditure side budget, should start thinking how the next NFC would play. Because the federal fiscal framework is so broken, due to not doing the expenditure reforms, but passing a lot of what we earn to the provinces. I think Pakistan should aspire in the next coming years to take our tax to GDP to near 12%. But that aspiration must come from the fact that there are tax gaps in key areas. A new study, I think, here can be done, and that's something I would urge our multilateral partners who are good at doing research work, that what is the current tax gap of Pakistan in the services sector, in the manufacturing sector, on the GST, and on the income tax. That should make very clear where the gaps are. The tax exemptions, of course, we highlight them. You can do a cost-benefit analysis there. That itself would provide you some room where to go on the areas that you can, are fit for purpose. The agriculture income tax, if it's 4 billion with a 22% share in the whole economy, also needs to be thought through. Real estate is the most, it's a progressive tax. It doesn't tax the underprivileged in the society, and a proper capital gains tax also has to be thought through. Retailers, we've talked a lot about it, and the coming government should do something. Enforcement, the compliance risk management frameworks, these are areas that they need to think about. But of course, what you said, Dr. Saab, what has become very important is you need to build that social contract, that a multi-year strategy, and we are on a self-assessment basis. So only 5% of all of us are taxed. So some kind of social contract would become very important, that the expenditure is right, so we need to pay our tax right. So I think that's the way moving forward. We're doing some restructuring on the taxation side. Let's see what comes out of this. So I think all in all, we agree that Pakistan's divestment agenda is something also you mentioned earlier, and I think no one's touched on it, so I'll touch on it. We wrote the first report on the SOEs in Pakistan, and this was based on 2010-11 data. And Umar would remember, and we pointed out that this big hole existed. We've had a 2022 report, and 10 years down, we're still saying the same thing. Here, the how part, Dr. Suleri, is about strengthening the Privatization Commission of Pakistan. I could put a full stop there. You and I both know that because BOI didn't bring the kind of results, because privatization didn't bring the kind of results, and I can talk this through openly, you brought in an SIFC. We know that it's trying to circumvent the clogged arteries of the heart and trying to say that administrative issues. If His Royal Highness comes to Pakistan and says that you have clogged arteries, I don't want to set up, so then we form another institution. So Privatization Commission strengthening, a chairperson down the road, the whole framework. They are the ones who are empowered to do that work. And I think that should be the way forward. Whether you want to sell discos, whether you want to sell the gencos, what's the ambience of the energy sector as you go on. You can't deny a fact that only $1.5 to $2 billion of FDI in the last 10 years is not sufficient for Pakistan, with the potential, all around. One thing on the FDI that you have to think about is that who has the word in Islamabad? Who has been my most frequent visitor? It's been the large-scale guys, Dr. Waqar, you mentioned, the FDI related to large scale. So they are about what, 80,000 in number. Then there are the 5.2 million small and medium enterprises. As Dr. Saiba was talking about the startups, so, from startups to our small guys, the MSMEs and, SMEs. There, I think the role of SMETA becomes very important. Again, strengthening that organization would help in the next 5-year plan. You already have a policy. They are the ones, Dr. Saab, that you need to integrate in the global value chain. Now, that itself is a very big agenda for Pakistan. And I hope that, we can simmer in somehow and this kind of work. In the end, two things. One, a communication strategy from the government. What is your narrative? How do you want to communicate to the people of Pakistan that this vicious cycle that people seem to be thinking that we are in, and certainly, when the electricity bill comes, they think we are in a vicious cycle. When they go to buy something, they think we are in a vicious cycle. A communication strategy. And lastly, I would say this, I wrote this a few, months ago, that Pakistan has to somehow reclaim our own thinking. At the table today, we are trying to do so. The people who've been in operations, the people who've been in academia are trying to say that, we can think, we have an agenda. And the government should kind of listen to what we are trying to say. And we are not trying to take the political mileage here. We're not trying to take that space. We're just trying to give that space the longevity through the policies that we feel are right for people. So that would be my take. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Hakan. I think last point first, I think the fact that we talked less about PFM reforms in today's discussion is something which I would certainly accept. Yes, you did encourage us earlier in the discussion to discuss with respect to some of the large items on the expenditure side, including pensions and the bloating that occurs due to a large or the big size of the government. I think most of the political party manifestos, while they talk about a host of good reforms, this is an area which many may remain silent on, and whether, of course, our fiscal side can really expect or can sustain growth in the size of the government is something which is up for discussion. Maybe this sort of discourse can motivate the political parties towards a more leaner form of the government going forward. Maybe before I go back to Dr. Suleri for a sum up and to our next session on digital transformation, I could request if anyone on the floor wants to have any supplementary interventions around the floor, in case somebody would like to come in with their final interventions. Or I can request Dr. Suleri for at least a roundup of this session before we move to the next one, please.
Sorry. I think Tanveer Mirza sir.
Ji, Tanveer sir.
Dr. Saab, Dr. Waqar Saab, Dr. Suleri Saab. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate, as well as I would appreciate the efforts the SDPI is putting behind every time to bring the forum of different nature in order to awaken the nation. I think it is also important that SDPI to appreciate, because they are continuously putting their efforts behind this. I'm since associated with SDPI for many years, so I just wanted to highlight a few things over here. If we are going to discuss the issues of Pakistan economy, I think the birth of Pakistan is over 70 years. If we would take 100 issues, so out of 100 issues, maybe 80 would be the same. 20 would be emerging due to different time periods. But still, for example, if we are going to say the taxation reforms, export base to be broadened, income tax base to be broadened, environment friendly and business friendly policies, global integration, these are all what we know since many, many years. So I think the important thing also to discuss in such forums is that why till now we are not able to achieve these milestones, or we have not contributed much enough, and we are still talking these points again and again and again till now. So we have private parties, we have academia, we have government. So the thing is there is a will to do it or not? I think this is very important to highlight and to see that how we have to create this will to do it. So I just wanted to bring the focus of discussion into this point as well, that how to improve this will to do all these things or to achieve all these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And of course, your point around shaping the political and administrative will is very well taken. I think certainly prerequisite going forward. So with this, of course, I don't see any hand going up online. Sure, Moinsa, please.
Just to add to that, so if we just visualize, so let's say we have the new government and we have certain, plans or thoughts or roadmaps that, let's say, the civil society has. So what's going to be the mechanism to sort of promote this and communicate this to the government and instill upon the government that they follow this? And four sort of channels come to mind. So, one is academia, then think tanks, and then the private sector and media. So I think if the activity happens in these channels, but it often stays sort of isolated, and especially academia, I think is very severely underutilized. So if there can be a coordinated effort of these four channels to sort of first of all come to some sort of a consensus, and then push upon government, what needs to be done, I think then we may get somewhere. Otherwise, we could be debating and discussing in bubbles, and the outcome or implementation may not happen. Thanks.
Thank you. It's a very important point, certainly, and academia can play a role in shaping the authority and acceptance, of course, which is required at the government's end to implement a large part of what we are discussing. STPI on its own, of course, has been providing a mechanism as well to sort of take forward all what we are discussing and sort of make it at some level part of the implementation. So our embedded support to various ministries has been a mechanism, of course, wherein, of course, we have provided or seconded our capacity to ministries such as Ministry of Food Security, Climate Change, Finance, FBR even. So we continue to do that embedded support function on and off. But of course, subject to government's own willingness and acceptance to sort of take outside advice, of course. Mansoor sir.
I'll just take a minute out of what my ex-colleague from ERA has said. The Conservative Party in early 80s, with Mrs. Thatcher coming in, I had gone there to do my postgrad. they coined a new word, which was new wealth generation. Now, this word has never reverberated in Pakistan, talk about tax reforms, this reform, that reform. We need to increase the cake. So from the academia, what my friend Bartley has pointed out, we put in the startup ecosystem in the country. From there, we converted into Thai Islamabad, which I brought from Silicon Valley to Islamabad way back in 2007-8. So one movement is the startup movement. The other, now we are doing it high-tech, private sector manufacturing, aerospace sector. These are the areas of new wealth generation. So let's look at increasing the size of the cake. You know, what the Conservative Party did under Mrs. Thatcher, she just closed all the old industries of grandfather and grandmothers and created Milton Keynes with a new wealth generation. So we need to identify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansoor Saab. And with this, I can request Dr. Suleri to round up and sum for us this session before we move to our next part on digital transformation. Over to you, Dr. Suleri.
Thank you, Waqar, and thank you very much for all of you for sharing your very valued thoughts with us. If I can request Ubaid to just quickly run through the slides. We won't read the slides here, but just to see that Ubaid was very diligently taking notes and trying to capture your discussion. Thank you, Ubaid. I think, as I said in the beginning, that most the problems facing Pakistan's economy, or for that matter, in all other sectors, they are quite well diagnosed and well known. And even today's discussion, they also reiterated some of those problems. The solutions, they are also quite known. I think one piece of this jigsaw puzzle that is missing when we talk of fiscal deficit, when we talk of current account deficit, and many of the deficit is the trust deficit. And this trust deficit needs to be bridged. Trust deficit within the polity today, trust deficit between citizen and government, trust deficit between government and international community, and all sort of trust deficits. And as the discussion that some sort of consensus was emerging that in order to overcome that trust deficit, we need to enhance transparency, we need to enhance policy consistency, we need to enhance continuity, and we need to enhance our integration with the rest of the world. We need to adopt a better communication strategy. Perhaps if I can add that in the run-up to elections, we need to resist the temptation of making unrealistic promises and try to remain realistic so that anyone who forms government after elections will not find it difficult to act upon many of the things that have been discussed here. Two very important points that didn't get our attention and I would like to highlight here. One is inflation and second is food security. Inflation, and of course for a common voter, for a common citizen, the major challenge and the major problem is not everything that we discussed here. For her or for him, main thing is inflation and mainly perhaps energy and food inflation. How can next government remaining within the fiscal discipline and remaining within the discipline that it has promised, can curtail its non-productive expenditures and can think of providing targeted subsidies and how this inflation can be brought down. Second important thing that perhaps I'll leave with you is food security. And I'm extremely concerned with this dry December. That would impact our wheat production negatively. And this November and December, the low availability of water, that would have an effect on our staple food, wheat. And already we have seen this weekly food inflation index going to 44%. And with this sort of price inflation, another round of inflation will hit the next government soon after it takes oath, that is Ramadan inflation. So we know that in Ramadan, which is starting from 10th or 11th of March, prices of all the food commodities, they go up. So the government would have to think while making all these plans, how to tame this food inflation and how to utilize its meager resources in a manner that it can provide targeted subsidies, maybe squeezing some funds from non-targeted and general subsidies to take care of the low and low middle income earners. Today, we will be holding two more sessions, one after this tea break, which is on digital transformation. And then after the lunch, we will be discussing energy. I'll request all the colleagues who joined for the economy session to continue your stay with us, do join and do participate in those sessions if your calendar and if your schedule allows it. We will have a very brief tea break and we'll be starting with the sort of working tea, our next session in next 15 minutes. Thank you very much, Vakar, for moderating, and thank you for joining. I think all of you deserve a round of applause.
take their seats, please, and we'll just start briefly. Just in the interest of time, if I can request colleagues to pick up their teas and coffees and join us on the table, please. उबैद ज्वाइन कर लिया ऑनलाइन जिन लोगों ने करना है? ओके. If I can also request my STPI colleagues to please take their seats. Better, sir, better, please.
जी अगर ऑनलाइन पार्टिसिपेंट्स और जो हाल में मौजूद शुरा है रेडी वी कैन start with our second discussion which is on digital transformation. उबैद आप अपनी वो स्लाइड दिखाइए लास्ट सभी जो हमारी इकोनॉमी की डिस्कशन. So ladies and gentlemen, in the morning session we had this discussion on the challenges facing Pakistan's economy and the how part of what needs to be done, what is it that next government should take care of. And these are some of the bullet points from the discussion that Ubaid is taking notes very diligently, and I think the software it just picks these words: policy consistency, framework, better framework, private sector, free market, global integration, consistency and transparency. So these things are discussed in connection of Pakistan's economic challenges and what needs to be done by next government. And one can argue that many of these things, when we're talking of digital transformation, perhaps many of these things that would remain very valid. In this round of discussion, we have the experts who are working on digitalization, who are working on this digital transformation. And our goal today here is to learn from you and try to collate and compile them in some policy paper so that the same can be communicated to the next government, whoever would be in power after the 8th of February. In case of digital transformation, not only the fintech and tech, but one can also need to keep in mind Pakistan's readiness and preparedness. For example, about 5G and why 5G couldn't be rolled out here. Of course, it gets links to the economic problems. If telcos will not be able to repatriate their dividends and their profits, they would not like to invest in new technologies. We also need to think of the impact of digitalization on taxation, for example, how artificial intelligence and digitalization would impact our jobs for the future in the next 5 years, and what is it that FBR and other taxation system needs to tune to, not only to tax more, but also to provide incentives. What sort of policy framework would encourage more investment in our digitalization? How digital agriculture can turn our conventional agriculture into climate smart agriculture. So these are the type of issues, and then how part of it, how it would be done. And I think we more or less we know what needs to be done, but how it would be done. So one needs to get educated from the digitalization and IT experts here on this how part, and then we will try to collate them in our broader recommendations. So I'll request Waqar to moderate the session. Waqar, over to you. And I must thanks Brigadier Yasin Saab, our colleague, who have been steering this study group on IT for last many decades. He couldn't join us today, but this is predominantly his idea, this IT working group, and it was on partly on his advice. We are talking of digital transformation today. Over to you, Waqar.
Thank you, Dr. Suleri. Coming from the previous session, I do see 3 of our esteemed guests who have joined us who were not part of the previous session. So if I could request them for an introduction, starting with Faisal Saab, maybe just a very brief introduction.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Faisal Bhatt, private sector specialist from Pakistan Single Window. And over the last 7, 8 years, I've had the opportunity to work with the e-commerce ecosystem in Pakistan, especially in close collaboration with the Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of IT. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
My name is Shanul Haq, and I'm from Delano, Pakistan. Been with the company for many years now, since inception, and have had experience in public policy, regulatory, wholesale business, commerce, and HR. So quite a lot of experience in this industry.
Thank you, sir. And I believe our team also had a chance to interact with you with respect to the digital transformation technical assistance, which STPI is undertaking with support from Asian Development Bank. So welcome, sir.
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Khurram Rahat. I am Vice Chairman Pasha, which is the representative body of IT and IT-enabled services industry in Pakistan. Been involved in IT-related things for almost 35 years.
Thank you, sir. Abbas, sir.
Everyone, my name is Abbas Taki. I'm representing the SDG Investment and Climate Financing Facility with UNDP.
Thank you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Narek Farad and I am the policy advocacy lead at PASHA, Pakistan IT Industry Association, been involved in research, policy making and advocacy. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Rehan. I'm recently a founder of a startup, a fintech startup, but before that, I was the chief digital officer at Karandas for 6 years.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So while, of course, I think all of us have seen the concept note, there are a couple of questions, of course, that today's discussion focuses on. You're, of course, free to guide us with regards to what additional needs to go over there. The idea, as we had explained today in the morning session when we started, is really to provide the new government post-February regarding the way forward in some of the key sectors, and digital being one of them, given its growth impact. A second, of course, that this will be an election year, but of course, once the new government comes in, the budget will also be around the corner. So they'll quickly go into discussions with the IMF and a budget formulation exercise for which, of course, IT and digital sector, of course, is going to play, or at least it's going to be a center stage when it comes to budgetary proposals as well. So there and again, we would like to be guided by you in that respect. So the questions which were actually shared in our concept note, well, some of them have already been touched by Dr. Abid Suleri, but just by way of reiterating them to keep our discussion focused. The first one was how can we effectively benchmark the digital transformation against global standard, what the peers are doing, how to revisit fiscal policy to promote digital transformation. And in our definition, of course, fiscal policy includes the tax regime as well as the government expenditures that go on the digital sector. Thirdly, in what ways the federal and provincial governments and private sector would collaborate to enhance the digital infrastructure, including broadband penetration and coverage. Fourthly, specific policy reforms to foster digital government. Fifth was how can Pakistan leverage the demographics in digital transformation journey. And finally, the strategies to ensure digital inclusion across all sectors of society. And there's some research which, of course, STPI continues to do on digital society as a key pillar of digital transformation as well going forward. So maybe I think with permission of Dr. Suleri, I could request for opening or kickstarting our discussion, I could request interventions from Pasha, and I believe that being a key representative of the industry, they interact with the government a lot in their own right, of course. Over to you, sir, for your interventions.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you very much. So I'll begin with starting with what good is happening now, and how we should make sure that the new government takes that forward, because continuity is something which has been a big miss in this country whatever we've tried to do. So if I was to highlight few key things or initiatives where we have worked with government in the recent times, and that is showing positive results. So uske andar I'll start with one key aspect where we've realized that Pakistan has a potential to grow its IT industry and IT exports quite significantly. And in this regard, few things which the government has supported or the governments have supported over the last few years is that there's been a lot of focus on skills development, while the government is also looking at and engaging with HEC in terms of reforming the overall educational system or the curriculum. I think they've realized that that's a long-term approach. In the short term, we've already been engaged with government in terms of, and the government has provided funds for skills development, upskilling the graduates, as well as now there is a focus where I think 25,000 youngsters will be trained through the courtesy of NEFTEC and TEFTAS, which is the Technical and Vocational Training Institution. So you don't have to be a graduate, but if you have, especially in the digital, emerging digital horizon, which means freelancing, whether it is things like, graphic designing, whether it is providing backup, back-end accounting services, content delivery, etc. So there is a lot of focus in that, and there's a lot of opportunity there. So that's one area which we would like that the incoming government should also continue to support and focus. Similarly, I think in terms of taxation, there has been some improvement which has happened in terms of providing or facilitating the IT companies in terms of not being harassed, and we've seen significant improvement. There is still room for improvement. So I think that needs to continue, despite the fact that we understand that the successive governments have been under pressure to generate revenues. We always say there is a right way of generating revenues and there is a arm twisting way, and we are hopeful that that positive sentiment continues. The third thing I think which has happened, and I'm just emphasizing what is good which is happening, because a lot of time we talk about what is not there, but I think we should look at the half glass full and ensure that half glass full continues. The third thing is, I think the recent decision of government in terms of allowing the IT companies to retain 50% of their foreign exchange earnings in dollars so that they can pay their, whatever the cost is, whether it is cloud, whether it is the like of Oracle, IBM, etc. So, and so these are the good things which are there. Now, if we talk about digital transformation, and for digital transformation to succeed, there are 2-3 very key elements in addition to the skills development, etc., where we have talked about. One is we need to ensure that we come up with a robust kind of a framework to support such digital transformation, which would mean ensuring that we further strengthen our cybersecurity related laws. We also need to focus on, and I know over the last so many years, there has been a data and privacy policy, protection policy, which has been there lying in different ministries. So we need to, implement it. We need to make sure that that is there. Having said that, since I've been involved, my only word of caution is that a lot of time when we create these data protection policies, they become very restrictive in nature. For the digital transformation to happen and e-commerce to really flourish, what is important is that we need to make sure that there is an open data policy which is balanced, ensuring the privacy of data, yet making data available. And I've been in my previous life working with Telenor, I led the data monetization business for Telenor, which was fully GDPR compliant, and where you can anonymize data and make that data available for the businesses to really take advantage of the analytics. So you're not talking about compromising the personal data or the privacy, but making sure that there is analytics and insights available about behaviors, buying patterns, etc., which can be used by organizations to plan, not only organizations, commercial organizations, but even the private sector or public sector organization can plan healthcare facilities, education facilities, housing facilities. So both go hand in hand. Then the other important area is that the government itself should work towards encouraging more and more e-government or e-governance. So I think in the shape of NAGRA, we have a very interesting scenario where an organization is providing a lot of digital services, including digital ID, including providing a lot of additional facilitation services. So I think this needs to be extended. And I think in the provincial government, Punjab definitely has introduced e-stamp paper, e-challan, e-payments. So those need to continue, and those need to be, I think, implemented in other provinces. And one very important thing where Pasha has been involved with the Ministry of IT is that in the government procurements try to ensure A, neutrality in terms of the technology, and B, we've been involved in working on these policy charters. We're ensuring that in the government procurements, the local organizations, because for us to digitally transform and develop, it is important to encourage the local organizations. So we've been involved to make sure that the procurement policies are such which provide a level playing field to the local organizations also. And I'll stop on the last important area from my perspective, is that we should also make sure that we incentivize digitalization. So which means, although I've seen that already, we have seen that in let's say in Islamabad, if you want to pay your food bill, if you go to a restaurant, there is an incentive that your tax rate is 5% as against 16%, which is a very positive step. And this needs to be spread to other provinces also. And similarly, other incentives should be provided to organizations to encourage them to move quickly towards the digital transformation. And the last thing is where I think there has been discussion in creating, in ensuring that government, and we are in discussions with the government, to ensure that there is support for innovation in terms of a lot of our right now exports are focused on providing services. So we need to, for us to develop and leapfrog in terms of our IT industry, we need to focus on developing IP and make sure that there are laws which are protecting that. So I'll stop at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Khurram Saab. Some very important points to kick us off. And I think we have at STPI as well worked with Pasha on procurement reform being the low-hanging fruit here, and the fact that in the overall ecosystem of digital government, reform of procurement is really a low-hanging fruit, something where SECP has also worked with us. So really heartening to hear from you as well. I think you have touched upon the 3 or 4 very important points on which there will be follow-up discussion with regards to what our other colleagues have to offer, including open data policy, data monetization. But maybe I'll first take a first round of interventions from the rest, and then we can come for a follow-up discussion. So I'd now invite Rehan Akhtar Saab, please.
So Khurram Saab has covered broadly. So I think I'll contribute will be just amplification of few points. But there are 2-3 things that I want to emphasize. And the first is that, we talk about transformation. So this can't be a short-term agenda. And I think what has happened for IT specifically for the last 15, 20 years is there's sprints, of what we want to achieve, and then we get lost. So I, for example, have no clear view what our last vision was or what our future vision should be. So I think it's time to at least have a bit longer term vision, which could be 5-year or 10-year maybe, of what do we want to achieve. The second thing is, I think very well put by Khurram Saab as well, that while we talk about or visualize IT as an export industry, it has a very big role, important role to play in transforming the local industry as well. And there's a big mismatch. Our local SMEs, et cetera, when it comes to industrialization, digitalization, they're very, very far behind. So I think while there will be any support or concessional funds available for SMEs for growth, et cetera, it must be linked with KPIs. For example, the SME should actually digitalize their payrolls, digitalize their accounting, move away from paper-based to more digital-based, et cetera. So, and for example, Karandas has recently launched this. Our government has launched this PCGC. It's a credit guarantee scheme. So it should have these kind of KPIs that anybody who receives support from that apex body should actually, use some money for IT. Same as, how the green agenda is being driven. So there's investments for green. There should be investments for IT. And I think the dilemma with IT is that now we're trying to fit IT into green. And, we have an indirect impact that we try to sort of calculate, and I've seen the business cases. So there's a direct impact of efficiency as well. So I think any government concession should have this sort of part. For innovation, what the government can definitely do is create sandboxes. So the issue that Khurram Sahab also highlighted, that you can have a data sort of policy, but getting together different players to come into a sandbox and make that data available before a firmed up regulation is created, I think that's very important. So we have in Pakistan very little experimentation. And I think everybody freezes in the face of, the risk, in the face of compliance. And I think when we went through the FATF compliance sort of process a few years ago, everybody has become very, very stiff, and nobody is going to come forward. I think before FATF sort of whole fiasco, I felt that businesses were more open, but now they're very, very stiff. So it needs to be, and you can create sandboxes, and there are global examples of how you can trigger innovation sort of from there. And I think we have to think of IT transformation or digital transformation into layers. And most of the countries, what they have done is they're focused on layer by layer. And we find, a lot of these examples in sort of speeches of, business leaders from IT, telecom, et cetera. So we need to fix some layers. And I think our data layer is right now very, very poor. And that is the hindrance for example, companies like us who are developing fintech solutions. We can create great products, but if it doesn't work on mobile network, there's no point. And sometimes we feel that we should actually not work on data networks, we would actually go to USSD sort of backwards. And that's where maybe, the country is also not sunsetting on 2G because, it's still in use for companies like us, and we fall back on that. So there should be a very clear KPI that if we need to move this infrastructure, so when do we sunset? And maybe, of course, the industry needs to sort of present this, that when do they want to sunset 2G? And, 5G will only make sense, if we have that strategy. And then, of course, the handsets. Having connectivity is no good if we don't have low-cost handsets. There has been some push in the last few years, but then, the amount of tax that one has to pay for new handset. So I think we really need to figure out that is this the industry where the government is going to make money out of each transaction, or is it the industry they're going to protect for a few years? And how do they protect? And not mingle the exports with domestic agenda. And these should be two separate agendas which needs to be driven.
Thank you, Rehan Sahab. Very important point with regards to sector being, of course, a growth catalyst, and of course can't have uncertainty of policy given that it has a longer term orientation. Thank you for also pointing out the fact that whenever we talk of IT, immediately we talk about IT exports. However, domestic orientation is something which is far more than what IT sector brings from exports, certainly. With this, if I can invite Shanul Haq Sahab for his interventions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Building on what Rehan was saying earlier, and he's pointing out some really, really important I would say, areas in which we need to work on and continue to work on in Pakistan. Rehan has very rightly pointed out that the data layer in Pakistan is nothing to be complacent about at this particular point. We have had a boom in Pakistan in telecoms, and we did witness that in the telecoms going from very low penetration in early 2000s. We are at least at the SIM level penetration, seen significant improvement recently. But if you really dig down deeper into these numbers, you realize that all the services that Khurram Sahib was talking about and Rehan is also talking about are available to less than 50% of Pakistan's population, right? The 4G penetration in Pakistan in terms of the SIM penetration on paper is more than 50%. But when you account for the duplicity or duplication in SIMs, multiple SIM phenomena, it's about 30 to 40%. GSMA does work on that, and they have unique subscriber estimates in Pakistan, which are not very flattering, to say the least. And that's where my industry comes in. What can we do to improve the data layer, the availability of broadband services in Pakistan? And there is much that still needs to be done. And the picture right now for Pakistan is not very flattering. There are multiple benchmarks that are available. GSMA does the global index on connectivity. It's fairly poor for Pakistan. Pakistan in the region is perhaps the lowest. But Turkmenistan and Afghanistan don't really have that sort of benchmarking, but even Bangladesh, Myanmar are ahead of Pakistan in connectivity index. In the past, we have seen World Economic Forum, who did some benchmarks, OECD, World Bank, and all of them point towards one direction, and that is that Pakistan is at the bottom of the ladder when it comes to even in the regional benchmarking. And so the first question you asked was on the benchmarking side. So there are benchmarks available, but what you have to really do is dig into those the factors which are really painting that rather, I would say, dismal picture for Pakistan. And the reasons are very clear to us. We have to look at the enablers of connectivity. And the biggest enabler of connectivity, two biggest enablers of connectivity are, one, spectrum, and two, optical fiber connectivity in Pakistan. Both are fairly, and when you look at those, the spectrum availability in Pakistan is the lowest, second lowest in the region, ITU region, in terms of the spectrum assignment. In fact, let me share statistics from a very recent study done by World Bank. They came to Pakistan, helping the ministry in terms of formulation of spectrum policy. All the spectrum combined in Pakistan, all the spectrum that has been assigned to all the operators in Pakistan combined is less than Telstra, one operator in Australia. And Pakistan, and if you look at the population in Pakistan, the population in Australia, that's a huge discrepancy. So why in Australia they've given more spectrum to one operator than all the operators combined in Pakistan is a question that we must address. And the biggest recommendation that we've been actually making to the government of Pakistan on this for many, many years, more than a decade, is actually rationalizing the spectrum policy in Pakistan. Spectrum is available, it's unused, and there's an opportunity cost to it. If you don't use that spectrum, you perhaps it's the end customer, the population of Pakistan, the people in Pakistan, citizens of Pakistan, which are actually losing out on the benefits of that. Pakistan, being a huge country, is operating on, I would say, fumes when it comes to spectrum. Less than 300 megahertz assigned to all the spectrum in Pakistan, whereas we're looking at 1200 plus megahertz in Europe now. The ambitions are there. And that is needed in 5G particularly, but also for 4G. Even in 4G, we are suboptimal in Pakistan. The government needs to rationalize the spectrum policy. And there's only one reason that has prevented actually this process, and that is actually expecting too much in terms of government revenues from spectrum. Since 2014, not a single spectrum auction not a single spectrum award in Pakistan has been successful. And the success of a spectrum award process is actually measured by how much spectrum the government is able to give away. The reserve price is so high that in 3 out of the 4 auctions, there was only one contender. It was not even an auction. People have been put, the operators have been pushed against the wall. It's a matter of survival for them. They come and they get the spectrum. So unless we solve the spectrum policy in Pakistan, the government needs to understand this is not a one-off revenue generation opportunity for the government of Pakistan. This is not a plug-in that they do at the beginning of the budget year in terms of I'm going to make all the, this is where all the difference is going to come from. Spectrum is an enabler. Spectrum is going to enable connectivity. It's going to enable networks. It's going to enable businesses. And that's what's going to generate the revenue for the government, not the auction of the spectrum. And that realization is there. I'm very pleasantly, I'm happy to share with the forum here that realization is there. That since 5G is going to be like 5 to 10 times spectrum in terms of the technological need, than 4G and 3G, the per megahertz price has to come down significantly. We've seen that in the region. We've seen that pretty much everywhere in the world, that these prices have come down significantly for successful 5G auctions. In many areas, the government has given it away for free in order to enable as Rehan was saying, the data layer. You enable the data layer, and then you sort of create the ecosystem that rides on top of that. Very closely associated with it is the right-of-way policies in Pakistan. Right-of-way is a devolved subject. So it's actually devolved all the way down to the local bodies. And everybody is looking at that as a revenue generation opportunity. In India, they've literally opened up right-of-way for fiber. And I think that we were discussing with the Minister Umar Saif recently, 5 rupees per kilometer, whereas in Pakistan, we're fighting to get something like 40, 50 rupees per meter. It's not going to work. And I'll tell you something, a very unflattering situation when it comes to right-of-way. The fiber connectivity in Pakistan is less than 10%. Less than 10% of the telecom assets in Pakistan are connected on fiber. You cannot have a viable 5G experience with that kind of performance or that kind of fiber penetration. We need 40, 50, 60% fiber penetration in terms of the connection of our infrastructure before we're actually able to get that sort of an experience that is expected from 5G. And how is that going to happen? Not with the kind of right-of-way policies that we have in Pakistan, not the kind of one-off revenue generation mindset that has permeated deep down into the public sector, all the way down to the union councils at the unions, etc., etc. That's not just going to happen. Now, the Minister Saab has been very, very persistent in terms of pushing some of these. And we're struggling with entities like Pakistan Railways and some other entities in terms of getting the kind of rates which actually make sense. I mean, with this kind of a barrier, nobody's going to lay fiber in Pakistan. Even if they do, nobody's going to be able to sort of amortize that sort of an investment with the kind of industry dynamics that we have. Industry is consolidating. The industry is in a fight for struggle at this particular point. This is not the time that the industry can actually support the rentiers in the public sector. So these two things have to happen. And the final thing that I need to sort of also elaborate on, and Rehan touched upon it, is the sector-specific taxation. The data layer is heavily burdened with the taxation. And the reason is because we are completely transparent. This is a fully documented sector of the government, makes us a very easy target. We are, and we have been a target of increasing sector-specific taxation for many, many years. And I'll give you an example. You go upstairs in one of the restaurants, you eat, you present your credit card, and you get charged 5% GST. You go down the street and you load Easy Pesa, how much GST do you have to pay? 17.5%. That is a necessity. This is a luxury. There is an anomaly, and you look across and you see these anomalies sort of building up. On top of GST, our users are also paying advanced income tax. Imagine like fruit vendor or a mochi down the road is also paying advance income tax to the government, and that advance income tax is 12.5%. You sell a plot in DHA, and depending on how many years you've kept that property, it's going to be anywhere between 1 to 6%, right? You load your Easy Pesa, it's 12.5%. Isn't that an anomaly that we need to address? You know, advanced income tax, selling assets versus loading Easy Pesa. There's not even a realization on this thing. I'm sorry to say there's not even a realization to this. Even if there is, we feel when we're talking to the authorities that they are helpless in terms of implementing any reforms. The pressure for income generation and revenue generation is so high that there's no way I think they can even afford to do this rationalization, which is a big showstopper. Handsets. We don't make any 4G handsets in Pakistan. And the way we tax 4G handsets that come into Pakistan, it's a miracle that people are still sort of carrying the handsets in their pockets. I'll wrap this discussion up. I can go on and on for many hours on this. We need a coherent policy, a policy that goes on for 20 years, not something that gets changed every year in June when the government is trying to balance their books. We need a tax policy which is consistent, which is fair. We're not asking for a tax-free ride in Pakistan. That's not possible. We have to play our part. We have to contribute. But it has to be fair. And I've given you 2 examples of how unfair it is right now for this particular sector, right? And just to tell you that on the telecom side, the last viable policy that we had was in 2015. There were like 40 odd frameworks that were introduced, and only 2 or 3 of them have been implemented after 8 years, 9th year going into it. The implementation, the execution of what the government intends to do through their policies is lacking, and we need to sort of do that before we come up. And the way to address this is not to come out with a new policy. It's actually some of the policies that the government has written are pretty good. It's just a matter of implementing them, staying the course, staying consistent. And data layer is not a one-off revenue generation opportunity with the government of Pakistan. It's an enabler, which is sort of building an ecosystem which generates the income for the population and then the exchequer. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Hisham Haksab. I think this is very comprehensive, and you answered 2 or 3 key questions in our concept note, including the one on benchmarks and the fact that we need to dig deep into the key factors within those benchmarks and then see that where is it that we can start from as a starting point, you know. Your points on spectrum, taxation policy, right of way, I think all a very important point on which we can build our rest of the discussion. With this, I move to Faisal Bhatt Saab, please.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. The esteemed gentlemen before me have already addressed the major issues in the digital transformation of Pakistan. However, I'll would also submit my humble suggestions. We generally talk about the digital divide from a gender perspective, but having worked with the federal government and also provincial governments, the digital divide between within the federal government and its departments, and when we compare it to provincial governments and their departments, it's huge. And I believe that the government will not facilitate digitalization unless it itself is in a position to digitalize its internal working. For that matter, I think Pakistan needs to, the government at the government level needs to set minimum standards for digital adoption at the federal and the provincial levels. And to achieve this, the federal government can facilitate the provinces. And I think to expedite this transformation, public-private collaboration is indeed necessary, where the private sector can help the government digitalize its public administrative e-commerce services. A second point, we talked about data. A lot of gentlemen also spoke on it. At the federal level, some of our departments are at the high level of integrating electronic data exchanges with other government entities. But we must remember that this is without the support of a domestic legislation on data protection. There is a need to expedite the personal data protection bill so that there is, it provides the private sector and also the government some level of legislative security to monetize the data that the government does have. Lastly, as the gentleman from the representative of Telenor spoke about the adoption of smartphones, 50% is what the Pakistan Telecom Authority is stating, but when we take into account for 30% is indeed a very poor number. I think that this requires that we need to look at the Made in Pakistan smartphone project that was initiated a few years ago, and to what extent has it facilitated the adoption of smartphones in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal Saab. I think you rightly pointed out about the digital divide across our departments, ministries, of course, and the fact that the adoption of digital across these departments has been very sporadic. And a shared vision, of course, is something which is much required. I think on this, if I recall, the World Bank had an initiative, and I think it still is there, which is the DEEP program, as one calls it, and maybe given the presence of Najee, I don't know if he'd like to touch upon that, given that they have been working with the Ministry of IT, Planning Commission, trying to roll out DEEP, of course, with a better understanding from the government side. Please.
So this program is being negotiated literally as we speak in the World Bank office. So I would like to expand on the content, but it will definitely, the intent with the Ministry of IT is to focus on the policy and regulatory issues related to government to citizens and government to businesses, online services, the management of data, and overall the policy frameworks to expand broadband access. It doesn't have direct investments in infrastructure. It's more focused on the systems and regulatory frameworks, as well as expanding the systems in government for government citizen interaction and services, as well as government to businesses interaction that will be with the Board of Investment. And there's much more to do actually in the IT sector, as was mentioned, a number of interventions, including something this project will not directly access, expanding broadband access in secondary cities, in tertiary cities, and understanding where the private sector could come in for these investments, and where the government, in areas where the private sector may not be interested to invest, where the government should put public funding or subsidies to make sure broadband is expanded in remote areas. And that's something we're also in discussions with the IT ministry and the provincial governments as well.
Thank you, Najee. And while, of course, I have to come to our colleagues on the table here, but given the presence of Dr. Hakan online, I was hoping to touch upon the point which Rehan Saab and Shanul Haq Saab have both made on the taxation regime for the digital sector and how it is impacting the digital. And I think Dr. Hakan would agree that it's not that the revenue authorities don't know about this distortion, but it's about the way forward, that keeping within the compulsions of our agreement with the fund, with the IMF, how does one move forward for a longer term tax regime, a more certain, a more predictable, less distortive tax regime for the digital sector. So would really request Dr. Hakan for his interventions on this particular point.
So, Dr. Waqar, as we discussed in the first half, Pakistan's overall tax policy has to be set in the context of Pakistan's next industrial expansion that has to take place. IT, of course, being a key part as a service sector expansion that we want to look to. Even if we look at what the fund just asked us to do in terms of the taxation, I was a bit surprised. They said increase the GST, increase withholding taxes, increased import taxes. Someone at the FPR, I think, needs to convince them. They have to be convinced themselves that Pakistan's knee-jerk reactions on tax policy have taken Pakistan to a stage where, of course, our direct taxation has, fallen, and our indirect taxation has increased. So as I said, we going to the budget is an important transition for Pakistan after 8th of February, after the IMF mission discusses with Pakistan how we want to move forward on the contours. Our fiscal path would actually determine the next 5 years agenda. So all these suggestions that these folks are giving are extremely important. Pakistan's tax potential, many studies exist on this, is somewhere much higher than the 9,400 billion we will collect, given the policies that are in vogue. So first of all, identifying the enforcement measures there, and then trying to identify where we can move out of these withholding kind of taxes, which eases the ease of doing business as well, and also makes it much easier in terms of the growth of these industry. So I remember when we were doing this mobile phone IEFM, when we were trying to identify the thing, I never envisioned, and I must say this, that we will put such a high kind of tax on buying a mobile phone. I think that certainly needs to be reviewed. That's an obvious position. On the spectrum auction, also I agree, and being in the government, I've said this many times, the kind of prices that we've set, that too in dollars, for an industry that is earning in rupees, you really need to think that through. And that's why I keep saying this, removing the constraints that the government's weak fiscal framework is putting on the industry is very, very important when we talk of ease of doing business. It's not only about the regulation, but the burden that the fiscal framework itself is putting. So, and then, Pakistan's in three kinds of, liquidity crunches. One, we have the dollar liquidity crunch. So we put in these kinds of policies where we ask for the auction money in terms of dollars. Number two, we are in a rupee crunch on the fiscal side. So we do these indirect taxation measures. And number three, we are in an energy liquidity crunch. And that's why we have to not only enhance the price, but cross-subsidize the manufacturing through the domestic. So again, if we could put some very concrete policy actions on the taxation side of the IT sector, maybe we could, talk to FPR to move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Khakan. I think this point about alignment with IMF is important going forward, given the kind of opportunity that the digital sector presents. I think I also saw Dr. Nadeem Ul-Haq's hand going up. If he's online, maybe I could request Dr. Saab.
Waqar Saab, I just wanted to say a very simple thing. I think, quite frankly, enough of relying on the fund. The fund is my old organization. I talk to them. In fact, the fund representative is never around, so we don't know who to talk to. The question is, look, the fund has done us no good. The exchange rate is still not market determined. The current account is not open. So I don't know what reform we are talking about. The tax, GDP, the tax situation is all over the place. It's like the sheriff of Nottingham's tax. We see this, we tax it. There is no coherence to our tax policy. Internationally, the situation of the Laffer curve prevails. We had Art Laffer here, a guest of Prime. The Laffer curve does not seem to work in Pakistan. We seem to want to tax everything under the sun. And then, of course, it's natural that people should evade taxes. So there's no behavioral science operating here at all. So I think, quite frankly, the fund program is not going to help us at all. The fund will always be captured by Pakistan. It is captive to Pakistan. We need to think up our own policies. First of all, the exchange rate should be opened up, period. As far as digital is concerned, PSTP spends more on roads than, I mean, in fact, doesn't spend anything on the internet. We've been asking for the last 5 years, for God's sakes, at least make internet a right. There is no spending on internet, on digital cable at all. On GT Road itself, the internet dies 3-4 times. Outside Islamabad and Lahore and Karachi, the internet is terrible. So quite frankly, we should do that. Secondly, the taxation structure on devices is so huge that we get second-hand computers, blended computer, what I call. We get third-rate computers we have to buy everywhere. And the taxation on mobile phones now, which is the new Suzuki of Pakistan, where we are trying to protect cheap phones, that has to end. So I think, quite frankly, unless the fund agrees to common principles that are in its own charter, the funds, it says that current account has to be kept open. Exchange rate has to be market determined. Here, the exchange rate is not market determined. It's been controlled. It's been appreciated in the context of fund program. And I think, and I've told this to the fund many times, I had a bet with the director, which I won, that all fund programs lead to an appreciated exchange rate, which is not a good thing. So how can you have reserve build up with an appreciated exchange rate and a balance of payment situation where you're not paying creditors anything? So we are in a default situation, and we should think about it. The second thing is that openness of the current account is absolutely critical. Car monopoly, the protection of cars has to end. I think you have to talk about that too. I think economists are too diffident about cars. This Lego cars has to end. And the third thing that's very important is deregulation, which is on nobody's agenda. By its sludge series you've seen, there's a huge cost to regulation here. Somebody mentioned it in your conversation too. Why is deregulation is not on our agenda? Every market we see on the retail market, it requires 280 NOCs. In other markets, it requires 30, 40, 50 NOCs. What is this NOC? Where in the world does it prevail? So I would urge you to talk about the three things. Fund program, first of all, is not a solution. Let's recognize it. Yeah, it is a necessity. It's not a solution. It is a necessity that we have to live with. That's all. And on taxation, I don't agree that this economy has a lot of tax potential. I think this is a myth that has been prevailed. I don't think we have a lot of tax potential. We are crushed. We are dying with taxation. And there is no investment taking place. So where is the taxation coming from? It's just coming from squeezing juice out of the old stone. Let's get over taxation. Let's talk about deregulation. And I could also argue that the regulation that we have, which is so huge, is a form of taxation. So if I put regulation in there, we are taxed to the point of 70-80% of GDP. We are not, our tax to GDP ratio is not low. It's low only because you count the tax to GDP ratio that is paid, and you don't count the regulatory burden that we pay, that we have to spend hours or days outside every bureaucrat's office. We have to get over that, and we have to allow the market to work. So I think that also has to be on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. I think you rightly pointed out about the focus of public investment going into the digital sector. And the fact that if internet has to be recognized as a right, then of course PSTP or the provincial ATPs should actually exhibit that kind of a priority. So thank you for bringing that on the table. So I would like to come back to the floor. In the earlier session, we did talk about how, for example, our incubation and acceleration efforts in the startup ecosystem have actually focused largely or to a large extent on the digital efforts that have been around. So in that context, I thought that maybe I could request Sumaira Sarwa, Moin Saab, and maybe Abbas as well from the UNDP, who continue to work on the sustainability investment side. So over to you, Sumaira Sarwa.
I think most of the, sore points have been already highlighted by, the previous recommendations. In terms of, creating, again, when we talk about innovation, particularly in the context of startups, and to sort of foster and facilitate that. That can't happen until and unless we've talked about how that is essential. We need better infrastructure, more connectivity. From in terms of the SMEs and micro SMEs, like we've recently had as an enabling organization, the challenges we face, we want to, for instance, create more digital literacy programs for entrepreneurs that are, for instance, home-based, and we're really in a fix because the window of connectivity during the 24 hours is very limited. We also need to address how we've talked about, in terms of the access to the internet in terms of the gender. So that those are areas that also need to be really addressed through a policy perspective, to create more inclusivity so that can enable, the marginalized or the smaller groups of the population to access the internet. I think we've also talked about how, the taxation has sort of burdened, and that's why, of course, that creates a further impediment for the startups. And we also talked about how we're only, as an IT or from a digital perspective, how we're really only focused on the service sector, and we're not focusing too much on, the product development. And then, of course, we're not looking at how the local market is immense. I mean, if you look at the population that we're catering to, it's great that we're catering to the global markets and, that's happening. But what about the potential that we're missing out only because of the fact that we're not really looking at the local market as lucratively as we should? So I think we've already sort of identified, but I think enablement in terms of the financial transactions is essential. The taxation part, which has also been talked about. And then thirdly, there's great effort, like it's also important to appreciate and identify what has been done right. I think under the Ministry of IT, the Ignite platform, the incubation centers from all around, the main, not only the main, cities, but now we've also seen sector-specific incubation centers being set up. So I think that's a great direction that we're at, and we should sort of build on that rather than, reinventing the wheel. Building on what's been done right is essential. But more importantly, I think just to facilitate, not just the startups, but also organizations that are supporting and enabling those startups will definitely be important.
Thank you. And I think you rightly mentioned about the role of Ignite, something which we had missed in this discussion. And I think taking lead from Dr. Nadeem's point, Ignite has been a commendable effort from the public sector, of course, and they continue to refine it. I think Khurram Sir wanted to add to the part on connectivity disruption. So over to you.
Thank you, Ji, and apologies to the speakers who were about to say. I just wanted to highlight one thing which I missed out. And this is one area we need to ensure policy intervention going forward for successive governments. And this is related to the fact that we find from time to time service interruptions, not just internet, but connectivity. A lot of time it is linked to the law and order situation or potential, security threats and otherwise also. The humble suggestion is that if you're talking about digital transformation, and especially when we talk about, IT exports or IT-enabled services exports, one of the key element is, and I've been involved in that industry, is the reliability of your service in terms of providing uninterrupted service to people. And these interventions, for whatever reasons, cause that credibility gap. Your service is down for 10 minutes, may cause millions of dollars losses to your customer organizations. And that tends to have a major negative impact in your overall impression? When I say your, it means Pakistan's overall impression as a destination for providing such services. So my humble request, and actually not just humble, but a very strong request, is that the governments need to find a way how they can achieve their objectives. I mean, absolutely, security or countering terror threats is paramount for the lives and security of people. But there needs to be, the easy ways out is, close the internet services. We need to find a way. We need to invest how we can, at least try to localize those impacts if at all needed. But that's very important. I just wanted to highlight that. And the other quick point I would just like to say is I would like to reiterate what Shan Saab इन्होंने कहा कि रेहान साहब ने when we talk about digital transformation, it is the telecom or infrastructure which is key to the success. So the governments need to make sure, if we are to develop internally as far as digital transformation is concerned, and if we are to develop our export infrastructure, then it is important that policies are taken to ensure. I understand revenue is of very important focus for any government because you need money to spend. But then at the same time, you have to weigh the pros and cons and ensure that at least the telecom sector, which is the backbone on which any digital economy can stand, it is supported, it is provided with a solid foundation. And the government has done, and the telcos have contributed through USF, reaching out to remote areas. But we need to ensure that we provide that nurturing field to the telecom sector to ensure that whatever we are today discussing about in terms of the digital transformation, or it cannot happen without this backbone. That is must. If you do not have a solid foundation, the building can never be sustainable. Thank you. And thank you for giving me the time.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think you made a very important point and something which should have been a part of our discussion in the first segment as well. So thank you very much. We've been joined by Nasr Manalasa from the Asian Development Bank. And right at the start of this particular segment, we did discuss with regards to the TA, which both organizations are implementing. And I would maybe later in the discussion come to you, Nasr Saab, maybe to highlight the contours of the work which ADB is doing. But maybe I think taking advantage of colleagues who have just joined us online, I think Dr. Alia Khan is online with us, and Dr. Saab has been part of a lot of efforts on strengthening the social protection and social safety nets across the country. And I think one of the discussions that we continue to have with her has been with regards to digitalization in that sphere, in the social protection sphere, and of course, she's been a strong advocate of that. So over to you, Dr. Saba, please.
Thank you, Dr. Waqar. I am going to make a statement that might be a bit unsettling, but I feel that the kind of contours of this dialogue are not really getting to the political economy landscape that we are trying to penetrate. So my suggestion would be that, fine, it's good to have this technical discussion, but we need to also sort of infer certain messages which can be translated as political messages also, because I'm saying this because I've been listening to the political speeches, and I'm sorry to say that the content of those political speeches this time around is much, much more depressing in terms of the promise of delivery to the citizens of Pakistan. They are very, very oriented in terms of, huge expenditure being incurred on schemes and programs for which the government does not have a fiscal envelope. So I would, I'll just stick to digital transformation. Now it's all right to discuss the infrastructure for digital transformation, but we also need to ask digital transformation for whom and for what purposes. If we are all agreed Pakistan is lagging behind in terms of its growth, we need to make a connection on how digital transformation can boost growth in Pakistan, beginning from agricultural technology all the way up to, better financial services in terms of financial inclusion. So, and these are the messages that the people want to hear from the politicians also, because remember that they are digitally connected with the outside world. We've been talking a lot about integration. And if we want to remain at par with the kind of messages they hear from, people making promises to their electorates, I think we have to give a message that the kind of political messaging that is going on pre-8th February in Pakistan is just not satisfactory. And as a think tank, as an academic, I feel that we need to portray our dissatisfaction with that also. So I'll just stop at that, but I thought that it was important to make this point that let us have a program for better political messaging, and let us make it fast, because yesterday, for example, I heard that no youth in a member of the youth population in Pakistan would be unemployed. So, I'll stop. Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Saiba. Really appreciate your interventions. I think your point around what one could recommend out of this discussion as maybe the key points under each of the pillars of the digital transformation is important. And the other point around accessibility for who and whom question, I think that goes back to our earlier discussion around access as well. So thank you very much. I think on the political economy part, I would also request Usman Nasir Saab to come in here, given that he has been on the government side as well. He understands the perspectives from both sides, And given that once the new government comes in, we were discussing that the budget formulation would be around the corner. So a large part of what we have discussed with regards to what sort of budget for fiscal year 25 the next government would be presenting, much of that has to be thought through right now. So over to you, Usman Saab.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm at a place and space where I won't be able to turn up my camera. So just to focus on a few things, I think we have been placing too much effort. When we talk about digital, we've been placing too much effort on Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad. What needs to happen is that the secondary and the tertiary cities needs to take a lot of priority. And that is because we can then mobilize a lot of youth in these areas, a lot of young people in these areas, to start latching on to those opportunities for which they have to migrate to large cities. And what happens is that once you have this brain drain happening from these small towns into the large cities, it is becoming difficult for the large cities to cope in terms of infrastructure. B, it robs these small towns of the smart people that they have. So one of the things that we did on this front is to set up software technology parks in these small towns. And these were not very expensive endeavors. What we did is we worked with the government departments who had all these spaces, which are empty spaces, which are littered throughout our country. And we acquired their half-built structures or their built structures, and we very quickly converted them into software technology parks. And we allowed these organizations, let's say for Ministry of Railway or whatever, we allowed them to then rent it out to the technology companies of these small towns. What happened is that within a year or two, the increase in the growth of or establishment of new technology companies in those small towns went up by 145%. So when we took out Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad as an effect, the rest of the country grew by 145% in terms of new company registration. And these small centers were becoming the epicenter for all the trainings, the dialogue within the technology community or the highly educated community within them, and it was making it easier for us actually to then deliver these programs and these activities. So I think one element that needs to happen that can focus over there. The other thing is that when dollar income comes into those small towns, it drastically changes those small towns, and then you have all the knock-on effect of all the other things. The retail sector start coming in, the banking sector needs to come in, the travel industry comes in, the hotels needs to come in. So all the knock-on effect that it creates on these small town economy actually that's what we need to do. We need to create those 400 brilliant small towns, each with 25,000 to 30,000 or $50,000 of incoming monthly dollar income into those economies. I think we'll be able to fix a lot of things while Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad will continue to progress anyways. The other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, what we are focusing about is the horizontal regulators. And I've been, and this is actually affecting this country on every scale. We have regulators which cut through the entire industry domain of this country. So we have a regulator, let's say EOBI, I'm sorry to name it, but just for the sake of example, they are involved in banking, they are involved in shipping industry, they are involved in technology industry, they are involved in railway, whatever. Without understanding the unique requirements of that particular industry or the role that they need to play for that particular industry. We have 18 or 20 of these horizontal regulators. We need to start talking about these horizontal regulators and the impact or the negative impact they create on each of these industries. And instead of having horizontal regulators, we should start talking about one singular vertical regulator for each industry packed with all of these elements. So if we can create a vertical regulator for shipping industry or shipping and logistics industry, it would have the HR function and it would have the quality control function. It would have all the other functions, all the other 15 different regulators for which we require 15 different regulators. If we have within that one regulator for that one industry, then we can actually question that regulator at the end of the day, that how it has impacted on that particular industry. Has the revenues gone up, the exports gone up, the imports gone down? Has it created a number of jobs? Has new companies been incorporated within that industry? If we have that one single vertical regulator backed with a punch, it can probably make a few things better. Thank you.
Thank you, Osman Sab. I really appreciate your point around second and third tier cities and how they could usher a new era. And also, I think to a large extent, you shared your views with Dr. Nadeemul Haq as he was talking about broad-based deregulation in this space. and you talked about a single vertical regulator by sector. So maybe with this, I could bring Nasser Saab into this discussion, given that a lot of what we are discussing over here is going to be packed into some of the outputs which ADB and STPI are looking to undertake in the couple of next days and weeks. So over to you, Nasser Saab.
Thank you, Dr. Waqar, and thank you, Dr. Abid, for inviting me, and also this very, very important and useful event. I hope we have a plan to get the messages across also. So what I'm not a technical person. I don't understand the sector as well, but what I like to do is have a zoomed out discussion, and encourage a sort of big ticket items. I'm a Star Trek fan. I'm not a Star Wars person. So I remember when Mr. Data would chart out a course, and then Jean-Luc Picard would say, make it so. So to me, it's a make it so problem. We need probably as Jean-Luc Picard. I wish I knew someone who could be, and we could vote for him, and he could make it happen. That's the passion I have for this sector. And as Dr. Abid mentioned, what we are trying to do is sort of unpack this sector, and not just trying to understand it, but diagnose it, and taking a systematic approach very humbly. And thank you, STPI, for partnering with us on this. We're aiming to bring out a very comprehensive diagnostics in a couple of months of time, which is going to inform everyone, not just us, on the future way forward. That's output one, and output two is going to be lending some sustainability to the policy we have. And that's a discussion whether Rehan is sitting here, whether regulations come first or whether innovation comes first, or whether we should have a well-defined policy. But generally, I think the way technology works, regulation is always tailing what happens in the market. So I just also wanted to mention and highlight what Karandas did a couple of days ago, an excellent event on Pakistan Digital Stack. I think that's, I think one of the key takeaways for me was to look at digital stack as a kind of infrastructure that enables trust. Whether we're talking about transactions, and I know Dr. Nadeemullah is very fond of talking about transaction in the society. We need to enhance velocity of it in order to grow the economy. So digital infrastructure is something that can enable trust and enhance the velocity of transactions that are always taking place. So, and for us, I think that the key question is the entry point. Where do we come in? The likes of World Bank and ADB, what can we do? What do we're a bank, we finance things, bring technical assistance, like in this case that we're doing currently. But eventually it has to go to a big ticket item project, and Pakistan Digital Stack is one of the potential areas that at least, I have recommended within my organization that we need to look at it, how we can support this, because this is a very key piece of infrastructure that can enable a digital society and a digital economy. From another project that probably I should like to mention is, as we're looking at green data centers also as one of the options, because the essential thing for digitalization that can happen in sectors in health and education is enabled to a great degree by digitization that happens at the back end. So there is a question of having the right policies, data exchange layers and so on, the data centers, and importantly for the government to sort of, digitize its own data, being the biggest employer and the master of all budgets and whatnot. Implementation is a discussion that we always are fond of getting into, because that's where things are not happening. So no matter how good a policy is, or you come up with the best diagnostics in the world, but still something has to be designed and something has then to be implemented. So that's another discussion, and maybe our diagnostics is going to come up with something that we can latch on to and have a discussion around that. And then there was also this discussion that the messaging that is happening is probably depressing or abysmal. So I think one could agree with that. And that's where I think STPI's role comes in to kickstart a debate and a discussion, because this is a sector which is 85% net positive on the current account. So I mean, this is a huge growth area that can enable sectors to grow. Technology can support everything. And then the question is what and how, for me, I keep thinking about change, because if you start something new, you always have these discussions, inevitably go into a discussion where things are not happening, we're lamenting about issues, lamenting about things that are not happening, whatever is not right. But eventually things have to go to a tipping point where then things grow organically. And that's where I think our role is very, very important, STPIs and ours, somehow take it to that tipping point. How can we go to that tipping point from where things are on their own? So, I'll just stop here and maybe, think about how we can leverage events like this, where you have this collective wisdom in the room. How do we translate them into key messages, and how we can take it to the key decision makers? Eventually, it has to be the decision makers who are not in this room right now. So that's my brief input to this, and looking forward to our collective work and bringing it to the rest of the house eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasser Saab, for this overview. And I think unless there are any other interventions from the floor, I think this would be an excellent flow from you to requesting Dr. Abid Suleri for a sum up of this discussion before we break away for a brief lunch. So, Dr. Saab, I don't, answer, please.
So I just want to say that I think the dilemma is that on one side, IT with the sort of potential of export is considered a jewel. But I think something that Sean mentioned, when you look at indicators, it's hopeless. So a lot of time I feel that while we're in the sort of policy discussions, we're not very clear, are we talking about a growing industry and take it to the next level? Or we're talking about this dismal sort of, issues that even on GT road, we don't have connectivity. So it's very important to bifurcate. And there's a lot of IT industry which is export focused, and they're doing amazing work. One thing that you mentioned in your concept note was we have not touched upon AI and those kind of things. So there's a lot of innovation, a lot of brain, which is sitting here and feeding or developing, AI solutions globally. So I think that's a separate segment of IT, and then the domestic agenda of IT is separate. And if you look at the domestic agenda, I think the indicators are quite hopeless. So maybe when we present any policy sort of, note or anything, we need to separate the two. Otherwise, it seems like, it's a great IT. Look at the IT export numbers, look at the growth, and then we don't look at, what's happening in the domestic side.
Sebastian.
Thank you. I restrict myself only to two background factors which create question marks. If somebody's interested, I can explain them more in detail later. First, general lack of education quality here in Pakistan, / possibly rising illiteracy rates. If you want to make use of a mobile, you have to be able to read it, and that could create a problem in the future regarding penetration of digital penetration in the population. And second, labor emigration from Pakistan, especially among IT experts. The government, at least the earlier government, has strongly pushed labor immigration of experts, Pakistan experts, to abroad, all over the world. What would that immigration of IT experts mean for the digital transformation here in the country? Because I know the example of India, brain drain gets brain gain, but that needs time, and Pakistan doesn't have time. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think my colleague has gone, Sumaira, but she did mention product development. One aspect of digital transformation is the services that we are providing. We're talking about internet, and the other next step is what we mentioned about using AI is an end product. Green revolution you're talking about. Plus, in terms of coverage, I was in the founding member of USA Fund. I mean, that was created in 2001 and 2, I think I remember, and so we went into the rural areas also creating an infrastructure to do local sort of, activities, digital. So we need to look at that phenomenon as well. Where is there, and we wanted to have data centers and some activity, product development at that rural end also. And after 20 years or 22 years now, Dr. Ayla is still talking about, including integration. So I would suggest, whatever initiatives we've taken towards digitization over the next 25, 30 years, spend a lot of money. What is the feedback? Where are the gaps? And how can we fill up that gaps through product development, whether it's green products, using AI, whether it's GIS products, looking at the, the cultivations and what you can do in the agriculture. There are so many products that we can develop under the garb of digitization, which we have not covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansoor sir. Moin sir.
Just very quickly, just 3 quick points. So one is, regarding what Khurram Saab had said on the disruptions, very, very costly and occurring with with very high frequency, and I think doesn't look like they're reducing anytime soon for whatever reason they're happening. So one suggestion is that perhaps the tech industry could estimate the loss every time a disruption happens. They estimate the loss that has caused, and there's some sort of tracking mechanism so that loss is, in the media. Because I think if it's in dollars and if it's in rupees, then maybe the message might sink in. Second point is on basically we're talking about digitalization, but then there is the digital divide, because I think that because of the sort of unequal existence of infrastructure, there is a divide happening as well, and because of the literacy weaknesses on the literacy side. So there are those in our population who can take advantage of this, who live in the bigger cities, and then others who are not sort of part of this world. And recently, I met somebody on an app, on a flight, and this person was into digital marketing, had a group of 7, 8 people, and I think their team had earnings of perhaps $30,000 a month, and they were living in they had a different lifestyle. They were living in a different world, had a different lifestyle, because all of their customers were outside, and so this is quite prevalent. Because you can be globally connected, and you can have customers, you can have global customers. That is a prevalent trend. So if the local circumstances will continue to remain the same, then this will grow. So there needs to be measures that this digital divide doesn't increase. And as we have discussed earlier, focus needs to be on the local population, local customers, and infrastructure so that this divide doesn't happen. I'll just stop.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sab, you want?
Yeah, just a quick आपके जो comment था उसके ऊपर on numbers. I think numbers mesmerize people more than anything else. So interestingly, maybe I forgot to mention that we want to also have an actionable roadmap in the work that we are doing, and that's what it will do. It will attach some numbers to every action taken or not taken. What it will do in a couple of years of time, 5 years of time, because it's going to be a 10-year roadmap on this digital sector. So that's going to be, but totally agreed also with on your second point, because I also have experienced this, because I was talking to for weeks and for sending my mother and my family for Umrah, and these travel agents, this is just obnoxious in this country. Eventually, I got myself an excellent service sitting here from UK, and part of their operations was in Dubai, and it was a breeze. So if we don't improve ourselves, we will become a sort of a backyard, a squatter settlement within, say, F7, where everybody is so well off, and we are somewhere in between doing nothing. So I think that it's a cash, resource, intelligence, brain power is market driven. It will always go to where they can find a good home. So we need to think about the policy environment and the business environment that we need to have in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasir Sahab. Aap sir add karna chahte?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Taimur and I'm representing Karandas, Pakistan. So, there's a government coming in on 8th of February, I believe so. And there can be tactical things and there can be strategical things. I believe that there are certain infrastructures that comes in as a blessing for Pakistan, and we do have a very good starting point. Unlike India, Kenya, maybe Estonia as well, we do have a very established national database registry. We do have our instant payment system implemented. We do have a PMD database in place. And strategically, while some of the initiative could take 5 to 10 years of time, like Digital Pakistan, like Nasser mentioned, there are immediate things as low-hanging fruits that can be done. So integration of these registries, I would call them registries. There's an STR, Secure Transaction Registry at SECP. Their data is also digitized. So the journey is from digitization to automation to digitalization. The low-hanging fruit and tactical measures are to digitize your data as soon as possible. Whatever that is digitized, the thing that I mentioned, that we don't have a very bad starting point. I think capitalizing that is to, kind of integrating and automating. And from there on, we go towards digitalization, which means we might not even have to carry our CNICs in future. So as a recommendation to the government that is coming in, I think integrations is something that can be recommended. There is a data exchange hub that needs to be established between government institutes. I think if that can be pushed as an agenda for the new government, that is really going to reap us fruits earlier than we are anticipating. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taimur Sahab. Really helpful. Ji, sir.
I'm Tayyib Mahmood, representing Suburb of Kumka Economic Zone Development Management Company. One thing that's important for me is to digitalization and providing ease of doing business to the investors coming into Pakistan. And there should be a single window, in my opinion, that could facilitate the investors rather they had to deal with the various departments. I already mentioned about 28 to 30 departments for various NOCs and their provision of utilities. And that's I want to add it to your suggestions that there should be a single window, a website should be developed from where the relevant data is readily available for the investors for better decision making.
And the data should be sector specific. Yes, thank you, Tayyib sir. So maybe I don't see any other interventions. I could pass on to Dr. Suleri for his closing remarks.
Thank you, Waqar, and dear guests, for your very valuable interventions. Ubaid have been taking a note of them. So without going into detail, Ubaid, if you can just show your slides to us, what are your key takeaways? So you can read yourself. We won't go into detail, but it is important to just look back and see what did we gather from it?
Yes, I think just very quickly going through all of this, we have started with highlighting that there's a need to bring continuity. That the government has already done some very good work. So bringing continuity in the reform measures and further skill development. We also talked about coming up with some robust framework to support the digital transformation and focus on data privacy and safety laws as well. We also talked about the open data policy. And I think I think this has come from multiple speakers that there is a need to enable a shift to encourage the e-governance within government institutions as well. Then definitely we had talked about that ensuring a neutrality in technology procurement, as well as encouraging local organizations by providing a level playing field. Definitely incentivizing the digital transformation to ensure support for innovation has come from a number of speakers as well. Then I think on multiple occasions we have talked about the need that definitely that some very good work has been done by the government. There is need for some long-term reforms agenda as well. Then I think some of the speakers did highlight the need for regulatory sandboxing approach. I mean, getting all of the relevant stakeholders together and making the data available through a sandboxing approach as well. Multiple times we have highlighted the transparent and clear key policy, performance indicators. I think we had multiple opinions coming around the data layers as well. How the one thing that we came clearly was the need for rationalizing the spectrum policy in Pakistan to enable connectivity and business growth as well. For 5G, we also highlighted that there is need to improve the access to finance as well as the better government support for improving the fiber connectivity. We also talked about sector-specific taxation and covering long-term fair policy in that context as well. I think we have also touched upon how to address the digital divide between the governments and the departments. There's a federal landscape, there's a provincial landscape, and how public-private partnerships will play a very key role in bridging this gap. Then we also highlighted a need for deep dive and bringing necessary measures for the possibility of locally manufactured smartphones in Pakistan. Again, to attract the private sector investment, we highlighted the need for expanding the broadband access in secondary and tertiary cities as well. We also talked about Pakistan's tax policy and how it needs to be aligned with the industry context to plan for better expansion. Then again, just sort of continuing with the same, we also talked about enabling a shift by increasing the focus of public investments towards the digital sector. For the startups, we also talked about how we need to provide them a much better infrastructure, more connectivity, and some perhaps taxation reliefs as well. Providing measures to enable the access for internet in terms of gender inclusivity. We also talked about this as well. And along with the service sector, I think we have points coming from multiple speakers that there's a need to make a focus on the product sector as well, and how this local market should be looked from a more lucrative angle as well. Then again, same points, we have made a much more focus on the digital services for tertiary and secondary cities. For public entities, we also talked about the need to analyze the horizontal regulators and the potential impacts they actually had on the industry. Along with policy and regulatory provisions, there is also a need to do a diagnostic around the lack of policy implementation. And this is actually one of the key areas where civil society, such as STPI, should bring their research and insights as enablers as well. And at the last, we have a couple of points coming around the need for a better integration of digital service as well.
Sorry, just one point is missed, which is.
Yes. We'll continue with that.
Thank you very much, Ubed, for taking these notes. The two takeaways that I learned from this discussion, one is that perhaps we need to change our revenue collection mentality, digitalization and digital transformation. Instead of collecting revenue from this sector, we need to turn it into an enabler so that it can enable the economic growth, economic prosperity, and in turn, then revenue can be collected. And the very important point that you mentioned about disruptions, PIDE in its one of recent studies, they calculated the number. So they said that every time there is a internet connectivity shutdown, the economy, it loses 1.3 billion rupees per episode. If one have to go further, the Asia Internet Alliance, the coalition of Meta and Google and all, in their recent report, they showed concern on Pakistan's investment environment due to this connectivity disruption. So if one is talking about the digital transformation and exports and everything, so we need to see that what industry players are saying it. And more important for me is Islamabad High Commission's very strong decision and ruling in February 2018, whereby the Honorable Court it said that internet shutdown violates fundamental rights of citizen, and the court referred to the clause 19 and 19A of Constitution of Pakistan. 19A is right to information, and 19 is a fundamental right of freedom of speech. So looking at these constitutional provisions, court of decisions, looking at what the industry leaders they said today, what the Asia Internet Alliance warned about Pakistan's investment environment and PIDE study. I think one of the strong recommendation that will go collectively from this forum is not to interrupt the connectivity and especially internet blackout. It can, of course, have its own significance in our internal domestic policy making, but externally, that is lethal to continuity of our internet exports and connectivity with the rest of the world. So thank you very much for joining. We still have another roundtable after lunch, and we'll be discussing energy transition and way forward for next government in that session. Lunch would be served in Zamana restaurant upstairs, and I hope to see you in half an hour time with some more experts on energy who will be joining us during lunch and will be joining the discussion. Please join me in giving a round of applause to our moderator and all the delegates.
for that. जी सर.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining in. This is the third dialogue in reshaping the discourse, the way forward for new government. This would be particularly focused on energy sector of Pakistan. Earlier, we had very insightful discussion, have tangible and actionable recommendation and policy roadmap for new upcoming government in economy and digital transformation. This is focused on energy. I welcome you all. Before starting and delving into your insightful recommendations, I would request Dr. Abid Qayyum Suleri, the Executive Director of STPI, for welcoming and initial remarks.
Thank you very much, Khalid. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to the third roundtable of today. Since morning, we have been discussing way forward for next government. In the morning session, we discussed economy. In a pre-lunch session, we discussed digital transformation. And in this last session of the day, we are trying to discuss the challenges that next government would face on energy front. And it can be argued that to some extent, all the challenges, they are intertwined and they are interconnected. But sometimes it becomes important to zoom into the nitty-gritty of each section and try to understand that what can be done differently. In the morning, I suggested, and I think to some extent we have been quite successful, at least in the case of economy, to focus on how part. We more or less know what needs to be done on the economic front. We know the problems there, but how to do it, that remains a challenge. We couldn't follow this format much in digital transformation because for many of us, the challenges of that sector, those were unique and different. So it was important to learn what before coming to our part, and we discussed at length the challenge faced by telcos, by tech exporters, by digital economy stakeholders, and then we talked about what and what needs to be done and how. In case of energy, I assume most of the experts sitting around this table, they have been discussing the woes of energy sector for quite some time now. So more or less we know what's wrong, and I would request if we can focus on how the next government can take some of the steps that we have been advocating individually and collectively for last many months and years on Pakistan's energy sector. So being pragmatic, being practical. So instead of giving our wish list to the next government, we can actually tell them that this needs to be done and this is how it would be done. So I'll request all of you to focus on our part, and I look forward to learn from your experience and your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abid, for setting the stage. Definitely, it is an intertwined and interconnected and multifaceted crisis that have been engulfed our energy sector, and that is bleeding into our economic and other sectors as well. So this is a cycle which we need to break in a positive sense and put forward an agenda for the new government so that we have this pragmatic approach that you talked about. In terms of format of this roundtable, I would be starting with a longish presentation on the challenges and issues of energy sector, that is dynamics of energy sector, and afterwards we can delve into the details and how to propose and recommend actionable, tangible measures for the upcoming government. So this is Dr. Khalid Waleed, I'm a research fellow here at STPI, the dynamics of energy sector in Pakistan. Just an overview, as Dr. Solari rightly mentioned, that there is a multifaceted crisis in Pakistan. 3 E's of Pakistan: energy, economy, and environment. We are 8th most vulnerable country. In 2022 floods, about 30 million people were affected. 30 billion USDs were lost in terms of GDP. And again, on the energy part, share of unsustainable energy is increasing in energy generation, and there are so many challenges. First comes to, planning from crisis to another crisis. Back in 2007, 2008, there was accessibility crisis where we faced load shedding, capacity expansion were done, PPAs were done, very lucrative sort of power purchasing agreements. We delve into the circular debt issue. This accessibility crisis led us to another crisis which we are facing now, that is affordability crisis, where there is an exponential increase in tariff. There are ineffective, inefficient subsidies, capacity payment issue. And what we think is that the solution to this affordability crisis might lead us to another crisis, that would be the sustainability crisis, because we are heavily investing on our indigenous coal reserves, our generation mix is tilted towards coal, and we desperately need energy finance. So from accessibility crisis to affordability, and then affordability to sustainability, one of the major significant problem is the long-term integrated planning, what we need right now. In terms of generation, as you have all know, that 30% comes from hydel, local coal is 16, imported coal is 12. Thermal sources make up about 17% of the total generation, 18% comes from nuclear, and rest of the insignificant portion of about 7% comes from the renewable energy, that is the variable solar, wind, and bagasse. In terms of capacity payments, there are fixed versus variable cost. You can see in the graph that about 68% of total energy generation cost is capacity payment, and 32% is about fuel and variable cost. These capacity payments include operation and maintenance, local and foreign, cost of working capital, work on equity, return on equity, principal outstanding amount, interest charges, and it is indexed with exchange rate, the interest rate, local as well as the world interest rate, global one, inflation, local as well as global. So this is the third issue, capacity payments. In terms of transmission systems, well, let's divide Pakistan into three zones. This is South Zone comprising K Electric, KESCO, HESCO, and SEPCO. This South Zone consume about 27,000 gigawatt hours annually, and this is your Central Zone, consumes about 71,000 gigawatt hours, comprise about MEPCO, LESCO, FESCO, and KEPCO. And this is your North, consuming about 24,000 gigawatt hours. If you combine these two, North and South, Center is consuming way more than that. This is the Caesar effect, what I call. This is the distribution of our cheapest electricity generation plants. Up north, we have hydro plants, and at south, we have thermal and wind power plants. What happened here is in terms of transmission system, particularly in winter season, when demand drops, there are generation plants which are based on imported fuel situated in the center. We sort of shut down those plants so that we can save our foreign exchange reserves. And we rely on these plants, cheaper plants in south. We cannot use the winter plants in north because of the seasonality effect. Now we have to transmit this electricity all the way up to the north from south. This creates a transmission barrier. We need to delve into detail of that as well. So how we can update and bring finance and investment into our transmission system so that we can go towards distributed generation or some sort of digitization and upgradation, modernization of our transmission system. In terms of consumption is unproductive. If you compare the patterns across the countries, you will see that in terms of industrial consumption, Pakistan's share in industrial consumption as electricity consumption is way lower than the world average, India and China. In terms of transportation, and if you see the residential sector, you'll see that Pakistan's share is about 50%, whereas in India, China, this share is very low. The industry's share is very high, which means that we are generating electricity by consuming dollars, and we are consuming this electricity for unproductive residential supplies, which is also imperative, but we need to convert it to the industrial sector. Sixth issue is well known. It is base load. What does base load mean is that in winter, you have recorded demand of about 8,000 megawatts. The computed one is 12,000 megawatts, but it's in summer, it goes up to about 24,000 megawatts, creating a 16,000 megawatt, which is the cooling load associated with residential and commercial sort of base load. So we need to cater for that as well through efficiency of fans, cooling products, and so on and so forth. In terms of tariff, the IMF is calling it as providing a level playing field for all sort of actors involved in the electricity sector. These are the residential sector units, goes up to about 42.72 rupee per unit, above 700 units. This is for commercial sector, agriculture sector, about 34 rupee per unit. This is for your commercial sector, about 34 rupee per unit. And this is your industrial sector, about 39.43 rupee per unit. And this is your street lighting. So there is some sort of a non-linear sort of a tariff going on in Pakistan, which needs focus of the government. In terms of gas sector, you can clearly see that some of the sectors have been clearly subsidized on the cost of other sectors. For example, cement is paying the highest price of gas, that is 4,400 per unit MMBTU. In terms of fertilizer, it is just 580 rupee per unit. Eighth most important challenge in Pakistan's energy sector is the circular debt. It is about, in power sector, is about 2.5 trillion rupee as of now. About of 80% of total GDP, it is about 4% of total GDP. It resides at PHPL, that Power Holding Private Limited, and with the CPPAG. In terms of flow of this circular debt, we can clearly see with the blue portion, that is the inefficiencies of discos distribution companies, which is increasing as we are going in year-to-year basis. So in terms of that, we need to cater for those inefficiencies as well. In terms of regulatory authorities, OGRA and NEPRA, we need autonomy, we need authority, we need acceptability, and we need to ensure the nature of apoliticalness of these regulatory authority in gas sector as well as in power sector as well. The 10th is the oil sector, and what are some issues? Obviously, there is polycrisis going on in the world, geopolitics of oil. We need to diversify, obviously, energy transition from oil, and we need to increase our mass transit as well, and then focus on EVs. What are different issues of gas sectors? Obviously, the indigenous gas is depleting. We need to cater for residential versus industrial demand. There is a circular debt that is exponentially growing in gas sector. Then we need to transition away towards the alternative of gas, that would be hydrogen and other sort of innovative heating techniques. 12th is the household energy transition. At household level, still almost 60% of our households use primitive fuels, and share of these primitive fuels, that is firewood, increasing in Pakistan. So at household level, we need to have to attain this energy transition as well. The 13 is the most important, the energy governance in power sector particularly. There are 22 entities in power sector. About 139K employees are employed in this sector. 3 trillion revenue is generated through power sector. The net loss is rupee 320 billion per year. Subsidies, 970 billion rupee subsidy, which is equivalent to Pakistan's development sector program, PSTP, a public sector development program. In terms of taxes, only 41.6 billion taxes are collected from this power sector. If you see, if you want to privatize it, let's see what are these 22 entities look like. Only 7 entities have positive returns. These include Genco Holding Company, PPIB, Power Holding Limited, NTDC, WAPDA, and National Power Parks Management. Rest of the 15 countries, they post loss on annual basis. Just to give you an example, PESCO posted about 102 billion rupee loss to the economy of Pakistan. So privatization might be a solution in that regard as well. We need to discuss that. These would be the questions we would be putting in front of you. What is the balance between ensuring affordability for consumers and maintaining the financial stability within the energy sector? Second question would be how to dealt with the challenge of circular debt in energy sector. What can be innovative financial mechanisms? And third question will be how we can achieve policy consistency, regulatory stability, and what is the stable environment for both local and private international investors. Fourth would be energy governance, bureaucratic inertia, and how we can introduce corporate principles into energy sector. Second last question would be how we can link these energy sector reforms with our sustainable development agenda, goals agenda. I would add sustainable development and equitable development as well, so that we can have this affordable and clean energy, climate action, and eradication of poverty at the same time. Lastly, how we can transform our energy sector with innovative technologies, how we can achieve efficiency, sustainability, resilience of the energy infrastructure and sector at large. So this is me, Dr. Khalid, again. I would be moderating this session. This will be based on these questions. Let me start with our online panelist participants. Let's say we have joined by Mr. Irfan Ahmed. Irfan Ahmed, he is the energy expert. Sir, over to you. We will be looking for tangible and actionable recommendation for the new government. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Well, your presentation is very comprehensive. And the questions in the last slides, they were also very valid questions that we should ask ourselves. And of course, we should help the government to resolve those things. Now, coming to the main question, how to go about it, what should we recommend to the government? I think first thing should be that government should have a long-term planning of the entire energy sector based on RE transition, that is renewable energy transition. The ills we have in the power sector, like circular debt and losses and high energy costs, can be handled not today, not even tomorrow, but in short term also, next 3-4 years. If we plan for this transition properly. You must have seen SIFC's brochure issued on 1st September 23, in which they have also mentioned the key sectors where energy transition would be required to put the country back on track. I would agree with them, considering that the goals they have set for 2031, that is for the next 7 years now, they are quite ambitious and do not match with our track record. But this is the track record which has brought us to this, situation. So we have to do, and if we see our track record, there was very little contribution from the country itself, from our engineers, from our policymakers, from our local industries and manufacturers. There was very little contribution in the energy sector. We have been importing everything. Our policies are import-oriented and not Pakistan-centric. So the first thing would be to, make some Pakistan-centric policies. So the thing is that there should be RE transition, and then there should be Pakistan-centric policies. And then you will see that all these things will get resolved automatically. For example, there is SDG 7, that is affordable and clean energy that we want for all our population, for all the people. Clean energy is only renewable, and we have a lot of potential there. As per SIFC brochure, 2,900 gigawatt solar potential is there, 340 gigawatt wind potential is there, and then there is also 60 gigawatt of hydro potential. Total, if you add them up, it is 3,300 gigawatts. Potential we have got against installed capacity of 45 gigawatt only. And this potential is available all over Pakistan, especially the solar one, which is the highest, 2,900 gigawatts. But if we are going to import all the equipment, the solar panels, the inverters, and even we import labor sometimes, and engineering and design also, then this won't help us at all. Same is with the wind. See, 100% wind projects are being imported these days, and we are also borrowing money to set them up. And that leads to very high tariff. So this is not rocket science, neither solar nor wind. We should set up industry locally to manufacture these things and give them protection enough, because we have requirements of these, because as Dr. Khalid said, that electricity consumption in Pakistan is very low compared to our regional countries. Compared to the world, it is 1/5. Our per capita electricity consumption is 1/5 of world average. And if there is a 12 or 16 gigawatt of cooling load during summers, that is not very big for 25 crore people here. The thing is that our industrial load is very small. It should be 5 times the domestic load, actually. And unfortunately, it is twice the industrial load. That means there is a factor of 10, a difference of 10 in between. And this is because we have become a consumer society over the years, and we are importing everything, and our local industry is diminishing. If you see 2007 reports regarding industry in Sindh, after 15 years, it has diminished to just 30%. And that's why there is no load available. Industrial load is constant, it's not seasonal. And this constant load is not available, and that's why you have to go for curtailments. And then there's capacity charges. For PPP, it is 70%, capacity charges and 30% energy costs. For discos, it comes to around more than 50% capacity charges, plus their 20% losses, and then 30% energy charges. So under this situation, we have to see that we support our local industry somehow during this RE transition, which is quite possible. As far as wind is concerned, which has a potential of 340 gigawatts, is a low potential. Actually, efficiencies have increased, and I would say our potential is more than 400 gigawatts. Installed, we have just 2 gigawatts of wind, less than 2 gigawatts. To be exact, it is 1845 megawatts which we have installed. So wind, we can have a 70% local value addition in wind if we can manufacture the towers locally here. Instead of steel towers, we should have concrete towers. The project term of wind projects is limited because the life of steel towers is limited to 20 years. So that's why we have project term of 20 years for wind projects. So if we have concrete towers, which can be made locally in situ or prefabricated, cheaper than steel, using local manpower, local expertise, the concrete towers have a life of 40 years. So the tariff would automatically come down to, let's say, but around 50%, half ho jayega. So if we do that, I don't know why we have not done it up till now. These days, 60 to 70% of towers being installed in the world are concrete towers because hub heights have increased above 100 meters. And everywhere in the world, if the hub height is more than 100 meters, the concrete towers are cheaper. And we have here cement, steel, crush, everything available on site. And even we have local expertise, but we are not doing that. So if we focus on these small items, these things, we're not an overall picture, I think we will straight away can improve our energy situation in the short term, I would say, next 3 years. Electrical balance of plant is local, civil works is local, concrete towers we can make locally, then it is 70% of the total wind project. For that, it will be done in PKRs and we won't require any dollars. So this is my submission.
Yep. Thank you so much.
I think I do have time or it's over?
Yeah, Irfan Sab, I think we'll be discussing this in detail bilaterally as well. Yep. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
So much.
highlighting that our energy sector is import oriented. We need to make it, transform it to Pakistan centric. It is consumer oriented. We need to make it industrial centric. We need to invest in indigenization of wind sector, and we need to incorporate this indigenization into policy framework, and we need to take advantage of local expertise. I will be coming towards Mr. Tosif Saab. Tosif Saab has chaired NEPRA for a long period of time. Sir, what would be the tangible and actionable roadmap for the new government so that we can transform our energy sector and tilt it towards sustainable practices, that is the renewable energy, and how can we make it more productive? Over to you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, thank you very much for having me today. Yes, I have chaired NEPRA for 4 years, and I'll just present my crux of those 4 years. I think we have to see there are 3 main issues that we are facing in the power sector. One is our very precarious generation mix, which we have already, actually you have covered everything in your presentation, but since being a doctor, you have identified the symptoms or the causes. Now we are trying to find out basically the solutions of that. What I did was I found out this at the very onset. So I brought IGCEP, Indicative Generation Capacity Expansion Planning, because Pakistan's power sector was growing like jungle bushes. There was absolutely no planning. So alongside, I also brought TSAP. So very first time this year, inshallah, in 2024, NTDC is going to bring the TSAP, the Transmission System Expansion Planning, along with the IGSAP. So that is the core thing, I believe, that gives you a scientific way of looking at things. How are you progressing? Alongside IGSAP and TSAP, what I did was I made it a point on the very first day when I took charge after writing Bismillah on my whiteboard. I wrote no take or pay projects in Pakistan going forward. So all take and pay or must run projects, which is the renewable energy, and no imported fuel based projects, because right now our generation mix is so bad, which was at highest the number I saw was 62% thermal, and primarily on imported fuel, which we have reduced in last 4 years actually. So that is the first thing, generation mix we have to fix. Other 2 things which are unfortunately not in our control, but have a very, very direct impact on the affordability, which also affects the reliability and eventually affects the sustainability of power sector, which is rupee dollar parity. Unfortunately, being chairman NEPRA, I had no control on that, and all our contracts are in foreign currency, primarily in dollars. So we have to be very, very watchful when we say that we are basically devaluing rupee to boost exports. Exports are hardly having any impact, but the import or the contracts which are in foreign currency have a drastic or a catastrophic impact on our balance of payments or our capacity to pay. So this is one thing. And then, because of our bad planning, because of putting so many plants on imported fuel, we were totally exposed to like Ukrainian war. When I landed in Pakistan for about 4.5 years back, imported coal was $50 per ton. But at one point in time, it increased to $586 per ton landed cost in Pakistan. How on earth, when your rupee has become almost half, and your input cost has increased 10 times in dollar terms, how can you afford production and be able to sell it at an affordable price? So in Pakistan, our biggest issue right now is affordability. And I always say the same house where you get gas bill, nobody will be probably interested in siphoning it off or being be a defaulter on that. But the same house, when it is getting a 50,000 rupees electricity bill, it is finding its a national or religious duty to basically steal that electricity. So these are the few things that we have to take care of, and all this actually revolves around the human factor actually. So when I went to Columbia Business School, a very simple lesson that I learned is it is not government's business to do business. So we have to take government's control out of it. And what I found while working in this power sector is that unfortunately we don't have dynamic leadership. So that is a factor. Most of the people working in power sector, especially those who are decision makers, they have absolutely no power sector background. And those who have spent all their lives in sort of working in power sector, they have absolutely no say. So I would believe that, I mean, I'm surprised that half of LUMs or IBA or the top engineering students, they are not applying for power sector. They would probably go for banking or CSS or anything else. Whereas this is such a lucrative, field for them. And while working here, I started my career as electrical engineer and from Babda, and then I worked for the top-notch organization in the world based on that experience actually. So we need to offer the best plan. The reason our youngsters, our intelligentsia is not very much interested in joining power sector is again corruption, which they don't like. And second thing is, the meritocracy is not there. So we have to, power sector is no different from any other sector. I personally believe if you open up this sector and give private sector a chance, they will turn it around and make it as profitable as many other sectors that you see in Pakistan. Lastly, I believe we need to, in Pakistan, we have to work on demand management side as well. I mean, fixing the generation side is definitely a generation mix is important or critical for us, but we are wasting a lot of energy. And most importantly, I've been saying it all around that we have to address all those areas where we see that huge leakage or which is becoming the hub of corruption. And I genuinely feel, I know I'm in public domain and probably I should not be saying this, but probably our unions, they are very counterproductive because they are not adding value. Instead, they are, giving a shelter to those who are doing wide corruption in the field. So all these things, these leakages needs to be curtailed. I want to finish my little talk by giving hope. When we, had independence in Pakistan, we had only 68 megawatts. Now we are standing at 45,735 megawatts. This is a huge. We have come a long way. The only thing was that probably we were not very prudent in picking the technologies or investing in the vital infrastructure. The new government has to keep a balance. We are very comfortable on the generation side. If the new prime minister, he wants to or she wants to basically turn around Pakistan, power sector today stands shoulder to shoulder, welcoming the new prime minister to do whatever he wants to do or she wants to do, and power sector will, energize Pakistan. I always say that power sector is very, very critical because we are like the engine of this train. Wherever this engine goes, the entire train will follow. It is not possible that if we are going to a ditch, the entire country will be booming. It is not possible. So we have to be very mindful and we are luckily in a very comfortable position. We should not be bothered that nobody has actually put a bid for 600 megawatts. All we need to do is just focus on many other areas which are directly linked with the energy. And I'm quite sure we have seen remarkable growth on the demand side. Just 2 years back, we offered industrial support package in which we offered 25% discount to the large scale manufacturing and 50% discount to SMEs. And our power sector grew by 13%. Just the year I joined, I was worried where to sell this electricity. And just next year, I was worried where to fill this demand from actually, because we were, at that time, World Bank and IMF projected Pakistan's power, GDP growth 1%. We actually achieved 5.9% and next year 6%. So what I'm saying is we have seen this turnaround with a very, very little tweaking and adjustment. We can get it done, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tosif Saab, for highlighting that we have generation issues. We have some sort of issues in demand side. We need to take demand side management and meritocracy and human factor so that we can make our energy sector more affordable, more sustainable. What links supply with demand and demand with supply is the transmission of electricity, transmission of power. For this, I would be coming towards Ayub Saab. Ayub Saab, sir, over to you.
Thank you, sir. You see that the big challenges which we are facing today is very, very in detail has been explained by Mr. Farooqi Sahib. We and Farooqi Sahib, we have worked, I was working as a farmer MD at that time. So these are the first, the biggest and important channel for this is that we have a lack of planning. We have not made a planning as per our demand, as per our forthcoming industrial growth, and we have not focused on our industry also. So these are the two big challenges, and I think the major issue of that one was IPP's agreements. These IPP's agreement, what I think is a 70% major issue for our power sector. Till we have not solved this issue, we will not be able to give a cheaper energy to our consumer. This is the big issue for us. Whatever the plan we have made, whatever the renewable energy we will inject our system, as we have planned that we will inject at least 10,000 megawatt in our system. But I think the tariff will not be reduced, what I think. So issue is that how we will overcome the challenge of this 70% IPP capacity payments, and how we can reduce this one in the coming 10 to 15 years, because still we have 10 to 15 years after that this agreement will be finished. So first thing is the planning, and what I think that we have foreseen this thing, and we have planned IGSAP plan, and then we have also TSF plan, first time in Pakistan history, and that has been very kindly approved by Mr. Farooqi Saab also. And now we are now able to see that what is actual our demand, and in the coming 10 years, it will be what will be the cheaper energy which will be available for us, and how we will change that costly energy to a cheaper energy resources. So we have also IGSAP plan, and IGSAP plan also have such type of apps which can we see that how the cost is to be reduced for a solar and for a wind plants. The second thing which I think that we have to make a current planning, the short-term planning, medium-term and long-term planning. Now you see that our unluckily our demand is at the center, which is already explained, and the shape of our power transmission is a geographical map of ways longitudinal, that in north and south we have power plants, and our demand is at the center of the Punjab. So when we have a cheaper energy available in summer, we will transmit from the north side, but in the winter season, when we have a shortage of water, then we have to rely on our coal power plants and nuclear power plants, and these are connected with our dollars, and so dollars price is fluctuating, and that's why we are not able to fully utilize this coal power plant and also the nuclear power plants. Another big factor is the fluctuation in the demand. In summer, you have 24,000 megawatt, whereas in winter, it comes to 6,000 megawatts, and it has to be managed. And in order to manage this one, you see that we have to shut down the power plants, and we have to pay that for switching off and then starting purpose. So all these operational issue is because of the lack of industrial constant load, which is not available with us, and that also cause a sustainability issue for our system. So what I think that we are now in a good track. We have now put the system by planning IGCF and TSF plan, and we also planning how to get rid of this IPP's issues. I think the caretaker minister has, before when he was not a minister, he has made a very good plan for this circular depth. If it is implemented, then I think we can be able to have a reduced tariff rate, and we can give a cheaper energy to our system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayub sir. You highlighted pertinent points related to lack of planning, industrial growth, and how we can deal with this issue of transmission networks, and we can brought IPPs into a ambit of efficient energy generation. Let me go towards our online panelist, Dr. Fayaz. Dr. Fayaz is the director of LUMS Energy Institute. Dr. Fayaz, over to you, sir. Okay, Dr. Fayaz. Okay, in the meanwhile, let's hear from
Hello. Hello.
Okay, Dr. Fayaz, over to you, Dr. Fayaz.
जी मेरी आवाज आ रही?
जी, you are audible, sir.
जी, Assalamu alaikum everyone. Good. So it's good to know, everyone, spoke very well on the issues. And your presentation, I had a chance, I think when you were on slide number 6 or 7, that's where I started. My main recommendation, based on the information that everybody spoke about, that our capacity payment is 70 or more, which is an official number is, I think, 72%. What does that tell you? If you are fixed payment, that should have been only 30% or so, it is 72%. So obvious answer is I cannot add anything which will add my capacity payment. So it means I shouldn't be adding any capacity as far as the capacity project is concerned. So that's a given. So everybody understands. Number 2 is the utilization part. So where are we using this energy? As you mentioned at 8,000 or 6,000 winter demand, which goes maybe to 12,000 during day, but it touches 30 plus computer demand in summer, which is almost 16 to 18,000 megawatts of cooling load, which is all to provide ourselves a comfort. But the utilization is only 23%. So it means you can never, ever recover that money if you have 20,000 megawatt of installed capacity to serve 16 or 18, and utilization factor is 23. So how can you, other than increasing, no matter how much tariff you increase, so it is unsustainable. So what do you do? So the only answer, add no capacity, as far as the capacity project is concerned, add renewable, only that which reduces my operating cost, which is only 28%. So whatever we can do to our operating cost, so that maybe 20, we can bring it 27, 26, but adding adequate renewable energy so that I don't have to burn dollars. But as far as the energy mix we have, gale mein wo dhol to pad gaya hua hai. But still it's not, we have to pay capacity payment, but still our operating cost, our dependence on the imported fuel is only 16%, not much. So where do we have a room for improvement? Only one room, that all captive generation, captive power generation, like the tariff amendment or you can say, innovative tariff for the industry. So unless and until this 22% of industry load, if we cannot make it 40 plus, so the overall sector is unsustainable. So up till now, we have been focusing again and again on the supply side. So in my view, zero capacity addition, which will increase my capacity payment, only generation addition, which will reduce my operating cost. Number two. Number three, increase stop your wastage in cooling load, build efficient, energy efficient housing, start maybe a $5 billion of program, just to make energy efficient housing, because all this load is due to your wrong design of buildings. You go to home in winter, it is chillier, which it should have been warmer. But when you go in a house during summer, it is oven, and still you want to make it cooler. So on the building side, stop that wastage, and on the industrial side, we must do ease of doing business. I was advisor to FIDMEC, naak ki lakeerein nikal jati thi customer ki to get a connection. So all the load is, so, and we need to even change quite a few things on our customer manual also, because the demand was only 14 megawatt operating demand, and your installed capacity of your substation is 252 MVA, which is ridiculous. And you are stopping any new connection because of the sanction load. So all this concept of distribution is being applied to the transmission side. So those are fixes at the utility level, but at the strategic level, what the government need to do, increase industrialization, bring ease of doing business, make life easier for the industry, so that we can all that captive power plant, we need to maybe increase the reliability 4 times, build 4 circuits. Yeah. So this is the way. So balancing on the demand side and supply, forget about for the time being, only focus on the demand and improve your demand profile, and which is giving us challenges. And all that investment that we did, 21,000 megawatt in the last 6.5 years, is to serve this cooling load, and you're covering only 23. So this is what I would say key takeaway from my side.
Thank you so much, Fiaz sir. Dr. Saab, your points are well taken. You definitely highlighted that we need to have these innovative sort of tariff regimes to incentivize industry, so that the industry share can increase in this electricity consumption mix. Thank you so much. Let me come towards Muzaffar Saab. Muzaffar Saab has ample amount of experience in developing community-based micro hydels. He is working with BARC now. Over to you, Muzaffar Saab. What are your actionable and tangible policy recommendation for new government? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Muzaffar Uddin, and I work for development, mainly rural development. Primarily, most of the time I spend with our Rural Support Program in northern Pakistan, but also I worked with now we're working interestingly in Afghanistan with an international organization called BRAC, and we're again focusing on this community-based energy solutions. So before we, this great discussion which Dr. Khalid Saab has really put forward, and the August panelists provided some very important things. So I will be focusing, because most of our discussion is at macro level. So I will be trying more of a micro level discussion. And I will also look into the group of people in Pakistan is the poor people. So if you see, in Pakistan, the current data says around 30% of our people are now living below poverty line. This means half of our population are poor. And so I will not discuss the macro points, which I think we have some amazing people who can do it. But as a development student for the last several years, what we have witnessed is our macro plans are primarily targeted to the privileged class. And this too has very interesting dynamics. And I think, there are great researchers who can rightly look into that. So that's why I think we will, let's focus on the poor people. So if we say, we have our population, almost 100 million people are now below poverty line. And when we, a few years before, we did a survey in northern Pakistan, and we found that poor people can afford up to maximum affordability of electricity is 8 rupees. And now we are telling them to pay 40 rupees, which is, not practical, but also not possible. So that is, I think, a major challenge. I've been 2 years before to China, and we were also looking into this poverty dynamic and to see how Chinese have, created this small or micro industries. There's a boom everywhere in China. And we found that one of the major incentive was power. And when we see in our country, again, if they are paying 30 rupees, which is, I think, as I'm a business student, it's economically not possible for any business. I don't know, any in the world can bring a profitable business of utilizing 30 rupees unit. So this too, so if we link this economic development, I think it's practically not possible. Theoretically, we can solve many problems. So when we were in northern Pakistan, just to give an example, so we used to have no electricity access issue. So we went to communities, says, can we create electricity at the same in our part of the world? We think that electricity is a job of government because there's supply side. It's a government work. So we started very small, and we said, no, why not we work together? And they started a mini hydel, then they moved to micro hydel. Now they have small hydels. And also the mix of investment changed. Before it was donor fund, then we says, okay, community also contribute to that, as a share. And then, now they also take loan from banks, and it's a mix of, and it's all working. So I previously also give that example. In Chitral, one valley which we worked because there was an issue of, because linked with national grid, so national grid never provide electricity. So we have up till now, I think 70% of the total electricity is community-based. And to our surprise also, I think it's the only area in Pakistan where electricity is surplus. And the only area, I think, where 100% bill are paid. Because community come up with some solutions that why not we have a prepaid meters. So people pay in advance and, so everything works very well. So if, then the point comes at the policy level, how we can do it. One of the major challenge at policy level is, as already identified, it's a very regulated sector, very highly politicalized, regulated sector. For instance, in Gilgit-Baltistan or Chitral, people want to install a larger capacity, but our regulation says no, community-based can only be less than 2 megawatt. In Gilgit-Baltistan, even less than 1 megawatt. So, we have this regulation issue, and many other things comes in, all these government people will come and say, oh, government, pani government ka hai, ye area government ka hai. This all. One very interesting example, in Gilgit, we have a community-based micro hydel, and we say the government transmission line. Why not we use it? Because it was just lying there. The government said, no, you cannot use it. It's a government line. So that mentality, that regulation issue is there, because they think government is something different than the community. So the first, I think, is we need to, our policy should be moved from the privileged class or macro level to look into this half of the population, a micro level, and they have the solution. So I think we need to have some decentralized, some space for the for the poor peoples. They can do many things. They have done it and they can do it. So we should create space for that. The second area I think is we need to also create some financing facility for that. But as I was earlier telling, okay, people can raise some money, donors can come in, and we have some very good donors. They are helping them. But I think we should have, financing, some subsidized financing for these type of, things which are productive, rather than financing non-productive areas. So I think we need, though I know World Bank, State Bank used to have a small window for renewable energy financing, but these need to be at a scale, and people can use it. Like in my village, we have electricity, we use it, we earn money, and we give scholarship. So the communities can have a source of income for that. We have enough money now. So many communities, they're earning money from that. So it could become a social enterprise, create an economic activity for communities. And the last very important, which I think brought forward by I think Dr. Saab, is that when we started this microhydro, we used to make it locally, and then gradually we built, and now some people have established some nice they can manufacture or make microhydro turbines, or even many other parts. So if we invest in local people, I think we can also create that industry and get this all import problem. Just closing it. Of course, in northern Pakistan, we are relying on the hydropower. But I think now I'm working in Afghanistan, and we are trying this community-based solar energies, community-based. In a village, people can pull money, we can bring some donor funding, and they can solve problems. And we did some 8, 9, not pilots, we don't say pilots, some projects, and they are doing very well. People are getting electricity, people are getting cheap electricity or low-cost electricity. People are now using it for heating water. So I think through this, community-based model, at least we can, help the poor people who I think at this level of tariff cannot even use it for light or start any small businesses. So with that, I think this is my humble suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Muzaffruddin Saab. You linked affordability with sustainability, productivity at a community level, and you talked about much needed finances to get the investment done in this energy sector, and bringing this community perspective at the larger frame. Thank you so much. I'll be coming towards Mr. Basit Ghori for his remarks on what should be the agenda for upcoming government, so that we can bring in some sort of innovative financing into the fold, particularly for the renewable energy and efficient working of energy sector. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Khalid Saab. And I would love to talk about innovative financing, but I just wanted to mention one point before regarding the policy issues. And we've been talking a lot over here about the need for the long-term planning and everything that needs to happen. I think the core of the issue that needs to happen for the new government is to convey this message, which unfortunately our government fails to understand, is that the government is supposed to support the market for the RE development, not as a project developer. Unfortunately, the role of the government has always been as a project developer, and that's why they don't put that much resources or their brains into the planning side of it, so that you can push towards having more support mechanism. And even within those support mechanism, unfortunately, the only instrument they know how to use is the subsidy part, right? So the innovative financing and the market support mechanism, they are completely void of that. And we have seen that there's some very low-hanging fruits which the new government can uptake in terms of supporting the RE market. Number one is basically the CTBCM. We already know that's ready there. Private sector is waiting for it. It just needs to get approved. You need to rationalize the cost for it. I was just 3 days back, I was at an event and there was this, representative from one of the ex-minister, I can't name them right now, but he was talking about, again, the project development perspective and whether the finances make sense or not. And just after that, one of the key, representative from the private sector had this view that, we can take the risk. We are here to take the risk. You just give us the right regulations for us to develop upon. So I think that's one of the key things that needs to happen. Coming over towards the innovative financing models, I think one of the critical issue that we have is, it's a bigger macroeconomic situation per se. I'm pretty sure you might have discussed that in previous sessions already. The role of the lender that is particularly in Pakistan, how risk averse they are, so they don't take long-term view on such kind of projects. So it's difficult to go towards the conventional means of mechanism. So there are definitely some of the innovative financing models they can use, and one of which I think Mr. Previously was also mentioning about it. Another thing is basically about, one of the biggest issue that we have here is that our local market, financing market, and the players, they do not have enough capacity to undertake big projects. And you can take the biggest example that the recent auction has been taking place. We have been floating it all around the different countries because we knew that we didn't have enough capacity for it. So I think, and that could be an idea about making sure that the projects that we pitch are something that are bite-sized, that are able to be assimilated within the local market as well. So I think these are some of the instruments. And then, also I think within this whole financing model, it's very crucial to bring different players together rather than, going simple debt equity based. So there's a lot of financing models going out there in regards to the, handling how to handle the guarantee part, specifically speaking upon, which is also one of the crucial factors for the power sector, is how to handle the sovereign guarantee and how to do away with it. We have already led, every year we reach our limit in terms of how much sovereign guarantee we can provide. So I think that's also something we have to bring different innovative models like philanthropic, public, private partnership, all coming together. So maybe, have that initial pitch. But I think the underlying idea should be that the government should, think from only the market support perspective and not much on, okay, how much capacity additions we are doing or not doing. So I think that's the underlying idea. And lastly, I wanted to mention this as well. I think one of the critical issue that we are talking about a lot about here, but one thing that we're not mentioning is the gas sector. I understand that, the pressing part right now is the power sector. But I think that's what our usual approach is, that we only look towards the issue which is, the most pressing one, but we don't realize what's coming ahead. So if we do really need to look into, the gas issues and how the reserves are depleting, where are we going to bring in? We have already witnessed 300%, rise in billing. So I think right now is the right time to kind of have a roadmap about if we are moving towards, some other alternative sources for the gas due to depleting resources, or if it becomes unaffordable, what those resources are going to be, what needs to be done, which sector needs to be targeted, and what are the key technologies that needs to be bring in, and then you can have a more market-based focused solutions on that. So yeah, that's.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's link energy sector issues with macroeconomics and how under the program, under IMF program, we can remove these inefficiencies from the energy sector, and what are the broader contours of energy governance in Pakistan. Let me invite Dr. Hakan Najib for his intervention. What is the actionable recommendation policy framework for upcoming government? Over to you, Dr. Hakan. Dr. Hakan, you are not audible, I think.
So Dr. Khalid, thank you for having me. So I think, experts have highlighted really good suggestions. But I think a sense of urgency that we need to see in the power sector is much beyond what we've put together till now. So let's recap. A circular debt of $20 billion is standing, which just means it's a payable on part of the government, because government, both in the gas and in the power sector, remains to be the key buyer through CPPA. The loss this year would be about $1 billion minimum. I think it'll be much higher than that, but that's the minimum that's being estimated. The subsidy would be $3 billion. The 7 out of 10 top loss-making companies in the government in the year 2022, for which we have the data now, are energy companies. Go back 10 years, it was almost a similar position because I used to write this book, which we have just seen. So the burden, the overhang is tremendous. Now link it to the import dependency. I think 25% of all our import bill is energy related. So it's casting a shadow on the balance of payments as well. The discourse with weak boards, not today, not yesterday, but for ages, have not worked. That model simply has not worked. Our ineffective managements, where I remember bringing in one CEO from the outside was impossible, and then we had to withdraw that offer. So that's where the energy sector stands. Let's try and understand where we are at least. The burden on the fiscal and the burden on the external is so huge that Pakistan government should declare an energy emergency in the country. And the gentleman who just spoke is very right. 5 years ago, I was still with the government, or 6 years ago, the circular debt or the payable on the gas was almost near zero. Today, it's 3,000 billion. So just think what we've done. No government to date has been able to solve the circular debt issue, which is not a pricing issue. It's an issue of pricing, T&D, much beyond what the regulator allows. It's an issue of less collection. It's an issue of AJK areas. There's a host of issues. 100 billion in General Musharraf's time, 500 billion in People's Party, PMLN 1100, PTI 20.
Okay, maybe there is some sort of a technical glitch. Let's see if we can get reconnected with Dr. Hakan. In the meantime, let me go towards Ms. Sara. Ms. Sara is barrister at law, is expert in energy resource management. Ms. Sara, what would be your intervention for the actionable policy roadmap for the new government?
Sure, thank you so much. So, I mean, my comments are obviously going to be along the lines of legislation. I always feel that you need binding rights and obligations, within the stakeholders, and that is done through legislation. So if you have a policy, that's great, but that needs to be implemented through acts. And then how many government departments do we have where there's a policy, but the act is not amended or it's not in line with the policy? Or there may be an act, but the department has the power to make rules and regulations, but they're not doing that. So maybe that is one suggestion, to look at whether your policy is in line with your act and whether that is being further implemented through rules and regulations. So for example, Dr. Fiaz was talking about green architecture. If, let's say, a government was to take that initiative, if you look at European countries, they've done that through legislation. There are binding laws that are phasing out inefficient buildings. I'm not saying that just because your laws are there, that's going to, solve all the problems, but I think that needs to be done in combination. And lastly, I would say is you need to build or strengthen the confidence of investors. I think we have such a poor legal system and dispute resolution mechanism system. So perhaps government needs to be a little bit more proactive with the legal sector industry. So for example, in Punjab, they set up commercial courts, and that was done at the initiative of Justice Jawad Hassan, specifically because we ranked so low that even if we have contracts which create binding obligations, those contracts are not being enforced. And your foreign companies know that, and your international companies know that. But if, let's say, commercial courts are set up, that's just in Punjab. What about the rest of Pakistan? Where are we with that? The government needs to engage with the, legal sector in that regard, and maybe create like have a sort of a something like this, like a stakeholder engagement, energy and dispute resolution mechanism. How can we strengthen that? Because like I said, even if you have a contract, which is absolutely legally binding, but if it's not being enforced or there are disputes, the investor needs to have confidence that this, if we're coming to Pakistan, our contracts are going to be, enforced. So, yeah, those are just some of my comments.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sarah, for highlighting the need for legislation and effective contract enforcement. I would think that this is the key for bringing down the cost of business and attracting more and more investments. Thank you so much. Let me go back to Dr. Hakan. Dr. Hakan, are we audible?
Yes.
Yeah, you can complete your answer.
So what I was trying to say is that what we have to accept 100 billion rupees, General Musharraf, PPP 500, PMLN 1100, PTI 2300, PDM 2600, and today 2750, and the gas sector build up. So what you have to come to grips is that none of us, all of us put together, have not been able to even slow the flow of circular debt. And this is, Dr. Khalid, after many a times when we've picked up the stock and put it somewhere in an SPV, or made it a part of public debt. One, you should not do that exercise again. It gives an impression that it has come down, where the reality is that it is just the government internalizing that kind of thing. So what is the way forward? I think if you were to believe that the situation is so grave, then declare an emergency on the energy side, because this is the first reform any government must do, because it's stalling your growth, it's hurting your balance of payments, and it's hurting your fiscal. This should be our strongest recommendation beyond what we discussed in the first group. Now, how do you actually operationalize this? Because Dr. Suleri rightly asked this question, what is, how to get this done? One, I think you've got to make a small team sitting within the Ministry of Energy, whose job it is to, transit from where we are today to where you want to be in 5 years, with, goals defined every 6 months, yearly, and, so on and so forth. Otherwise, it would not happen. Things would get lost, and you won't be able to do that. And some of those goals, for example, this IPP bit. So you need to have smart financial guys there. You need to have smart HR guys there. You need to have smart energy guys there. On the, you have a Chinese debt, which is on 10 years. You can, take it to maybe 25 years. That's a, there's a credible area that you can go to. Your tariff would also be impacted, and your balance of payments would also be helped. So that's something you must do. I still can't understand why we can't move to differentiated tariff. Pakistan is ripe for non-uniform tariff. We spend 167 billion rupees this year, nearly $500 million to equalize the tariff. So, again, this team should devise that, go to NEPRA, get it done. Moving away from, guaranteed IPP deals in the future, I think that stands to be a no-brainer for Pakistan. Target the fuel and electricity subsidies, as Dr. Suleri has many times said, into, the kind of card that you want to give them, so that a social contract develops. Get out of this 970 billion circular debt that you make by keeping a subsidy at 970 billion, not paying up, and then making that part of the circular debt. So give them that card. That's your electricity, that's your gas, that's your petrol, whatever you want to give them, so that you recover the cost of service, but still give that subsidy. Privatization and or management controls of discourse, you've heard on television people go and say this categorically. We had come so close to moving on FESCO. We did retrieve. I still don't think it is an impossible task, but it's a Herculean task. In the first part, I also said, Privatization Commission holds the key to moving forward on many of the sectors. Energy is one of them. Deregulating petrol and diesel prices. You need to have retail consolidation in the country. We still are not able to do so. There is a legacy cost that we are passing on, which is about ₹3.28 per unit. I think eventually the government would have to pick up that cost and take it away from the power sector. On the gas, I'm not too sure, but a lot needs to be done. And the gentleman was right. I think we've left the indigenous gas where we've not done enough of drilling in the country. So that's something, that we need to start thinking about. NEPRA, OGRA should come as market makers much beyond, where we stand. And humbly, let me say this, there are some areas where expertise in Pakistan is not available. And I'm being honest. I've always said local doctors have to do local surgery, but there are some areas. And, in energy sector, there are especially those areas. You need to find external expertise there, bring that expertise probably in the regulators. And you have to start thinking about a joint regulator as well. As someone first mentioned rightly, the vertical integration of regulators so that people are not running around in the country. Now, these are very, very specific things. So Dr. Khalid, I mean, let's put them down in a very, very clear message, micro level as well as the macro level and the operational part as well. And I think we can move forward, and the others have given similar suggestions as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khakran, for highlighting the way forward in terms of stepwise and bringing this debate of fiscal management, effective fiscal management into the energy sector so that Ministry of Energy can be transformed. Let me come towards Tanveer Mirza Saab, who's been waiting for quite a long time. Tanveer Mirza Saab, over to you. He's associated with wind industry. Tanveer Mirza Saab.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much again for inviting me. I'm just a mere student of power sector for over 20 years, working as a director of operations in one of the leading wind power industry. I just have a few insights on the power sector, especially the reference to renewable energy sector. And I would like to keep myself very brief. And also, I have a few recommendations for the new government. The first thing is, as we all know, and it is already being highlighted, that the current installed capacity of Pakistan is around 41,000, and the maximum consumption load is around 28 to 31 maximum in the summer. Obviously, we all know that in winter, this has gone down to 10 or 11,000. So what it really means? This means that the dynamics of our consumption in Pakistan is dependent mostly on domestic users. The consumers are the household families or the population. So which means that we have to look into this very, very carefully, that whether we have to increase the commercial as well as the industrial consumption of the electricity. So now this also leads to one very important problem of this power sector. What is the problem? The problem is, up till now, we have not decided, as far as the government is concerned, that in which direction we want to move. For example, either we want to promote renewable energy or we don't want to promote the renewable energy. If we want to promote renewable energy, then the on-ground scenario is that, as Mr. Tausif has just mentioned, the must-run projects, but they are still being curtailed very heavily. Why? So if we are going to renewable energy projects, then why we are investing into the coal projects? And we are investing into the not only the indigenous coal in Pakistan, but the imported coal as well. So my request and recommendation to the government is, be very clear on the power sector policy, and also kindly make a law that once this power policy is being made, then it should not be disturbed for next 10, 15 years, so as to have a sustainability in the market. Second important issue is, in this power sector, we all know that now our requirement is not the power production. Our main important issue is transmission and the distribution. So we have to look into this as our primary target in the power sector, that instead of investing more into the power production projects, we have to bring in the investment for the transmission and distribution. I'm sorry to say like this, but during my times in 2011, the government of Pakistan decided to develop 9 free prioritized investment or industrial zones. Unfortunately, I think hardly one has been completed up till now. Unless until we are not going to put our focus on the industrial side, it is next to impossible that we can solve our issues related to power projects. Also, the issue is in the power sector that we have to be very clear, very, very clear, and with honest opinion, that when we are saying that our installed capacity is 41,000 megawatt, then we have to analyze and assess how many power projects are there which are really giving us the energy and who are at the standby or at stagnant. So we have to do a lot of multiple work with honesty. And for this power sector, I think the most important thing is that we have to have policies which should not be disturbed over years. Also, when we are talking about the tariff, I believe Tawfiq Saab also will agree on to this, being a ex-chairman of NEPRA, that when they have given a tariff, for example, 13 cents to any wind power, and which is around above 50 now. So there's no issue or problem from the power producer. But this is the dollar rupee parity which has brought this tariff to 50 rupees instead of 13 rupees at that moment. So we have to bring in the economic diversification as well. So these are my comments and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tanveer Mirza Saab, for highlighting the curtailment issue. Well, this is pretty much the incentivizing the wind industry, transmission and distribution losses and networks, and you linked it with energy sector with development of special economic zones and diversification that is much needed. Thank you so much. Let me go towards Badr Alam Saab. Badr Alam Saab is the CEO of Policy Research Institute for Equitable Development. Sir, what are your recommendations for the new government?
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. And I must commend all the participants here for this wonderful discussion. The only gap that I so far have found in this conversation is, where are the people in all this? We haven't talked about the people of Pakistan for whose benefit we are discussing all these policies and all these policy problems. So I think the first and the foremost recommendation that I would have for the next government is to put people at the center of our energy policy. Otherwise the policy will be concentrated in a few rooms like this in Islamabad and Lahore and Karachi, and will be as flawed as it has ever been since 1947. As Tawseef Saab rightly pointed out, yes, we have graduated from producing 65 megawatts electricity to 41,000 megawatt electricity, but as he acknowledged, that in this process we have made many wrong choices. And mostly those wrong choices were made by technocrats and bureaucrats sitting in Islamabad and Lahore. Those were problems or the flaws that
that the technocrats think will fix the whole problem, but they ended up creating more problems. So in my humble opinion, the first and the foremost thing that the new government should do is to decentralize the whole energy sector as much as is possible. And not just decentralize in terms of decision making, but also in terms of energy generation, in terms of energy distribution. There are so many new technologies that are coming online, which actually provide you non-distributive alternatives to provide electricity to where people are and where we cannot, take energy to. Like, for instance, there was a figure that Dr. Khalid put up. It is like 57.72% of electricity. 57.72% of electricity is being consumed only in the center of the country. And the rest of the country is consuming like less than 43%. So that issue is linked to the energy justice across the country. If you look at the production side, the supply side, the figures will be in fact flipped. The production is being done mostly in the north and the south of the country, whereas the consumption is being done mostly in the center. And that is creating a lot of political problems in this country. We have talked a lot about technical policies and circular debt and fixing our transmission system and all that, but we haven't spoken about the political problems that this flawed energy system creates. Look at how Balochistan is reeling under so many problems. Mainly, it started from the 1950s flawed policy about our gas generation and gas distribution. And we have talked a lot about commercial and industrial utilization of our energy sources. Just think, if we had an energy policy linked with an industrialization policy that could develop industrial units right where the Suez gas was, we could not have needed all the distribution of gas, which requires billions of dollars to even maintain every 3 or 4 years, and it does not carry any gas these days. And we did not needed, huge, vastly stretched transmission lines for electricity if we have industrialized where the electricity was being generated. We concentrated all the industry in the center of the country, whereas all the natural resources were on the periphery of the country. And as a result, there was a disparity in the whole economy in the country, and that economy has now created political problems for us, which we find very, very difficult to handle. So again, going back to where I started, I think decentralization is the best way forward for the country to tackle many of the problems that it has in its energy sector. Like, for instance, we will not need massive lines for transmission if we have huge industrial demand concentrated around the coal cluster being developed in Thar. But now that electricity being produced in Thar is evacuated to Multan and Lahore at the cost of massive transmission line investment that has been done through another loan. And that loan will be payable in like 30 years. And in those 30 years, we will still be talking about our current account deficit and our balance of payment problem and all those problems. But having fixed that problem by not needing those transmission lines, we could have created much more economic opportunities for us, and also much less political problems for us. So I think the technology also now allows much better non-distributive local systems of generation and distribution, especially when it comes to wind and solar. We have a huge potential for wind, but we are not able to benefit from the low cost of producing electricity from that source, because we cannot really transport or transmit it through the faulty, flawed, and unmanageable transmission system that we have. So if we had a huge demand in Karachi, which is next door to Thatta and Garo, we cannot provide that wind-produced electricity to Karachi because we have policies that disallow them. And those policies are being still made in Karachi and Lahore and Islamabad, and not in the areas where these problems exist. If for instance, Thar's electricity can be provided to Karachi's industry and not to Lahore's industry, how much less transmission costs would we incur if that happened? So these are the problems that I think policy intakes need to keep in mind when making policies. We've been making policies which were very, very technical, which were very, very like focused on finances, which were very, very focused on engineering solutions, but all those solutions have failed. And the reason why we are sitting here and we are suggesting a new menu for the next government to fix the energy sector is in fact an argument in favor of new policies. And those policies cannot succeed unless we bring people to the center of the debate and unless we decentralize the system of energy and system of power in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Saab, for highlighting and your recommendations for energy justice, decentralization, and distributed generation. Very much noted and very targeted. Thank you so much. Dr. Sebastian, if you have your views on how to deal with this energy crisis and energy sector with the perspective of development partners, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. A lot has already been said, so I'm limiting myself to 2 points. First, energy efficiency. I think there a lot can be improved still, because the issue of loss, the issue of theft, the issue of proper or improper tariff collection, this is something where we can have a lot of improvement still. And then also in the context of, how can I say, energy habits and innovation, there is a lot of space to fill. Me as a European, I'm often asking myself, why in summertime, when I'm entering this meeting room here or a big mall, why do I have to freeze because of this low temperature? And I think simply by adapting some habits, we could already save energy as much as we could save energy. When I have a look here on the house we have here in Islamabad, and I'm not talking about huge investment costs for that, but the insulating material, which at least some insulating material, which apparently does not exist at all yet in the Pakistani housing market, and it's not that big money, could help a lot saving energy here. Now, with regard to one point, I have a slightly differing opinion, or at least I have a question mark, and this is this request which we heard here at the beginning, I think from the side of the first expert, but I've heard it already from other sides. The appeal for import substitution, to substitute imports in form of PV panels or wind energy material. My question mark is it realistic or is it a daydream? Because we had a I'm not saying an analog experience in Germany, but it was somehow similar. The German solar panel industry is one of the industries that I think 25 years ago, 30 years ago have invented the solar panel. And the production then was very much later subsidized, and they made a lot of money with that, and they got lazy and they got expensive. And the result was that at the end, most part of the global solar panel production ended in China. That is the consequence when you try to set up artificial markets. And that is where I have a question mark here with this appeal. Because first, this would mean setting up a Pakistani solar panel and wind facility industry would mean that you compete with industries somewhere else in this world, which have over the last decades already gathered so much experience, so much know-how, so much innovation. How to match with that, I don't know. Surely not by creating an artificially protected market here. There might be, I'm not saying that, I mean, there's some truth in this appeal to ask for, to try to shift production into Pakistan. But I would rather go via the way to attract FDI, to attract foreign producers of panels like that, to set up a production here instead of from the scratch on trying to build up a totally new Pakistani industry in that regard. Only these two remarks. I would have a lot more, but I think we have already quite late in our schedule, and so I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Spechin, for highlighting energy efficiency, consumer behavior, and definitely we do need to have this pragmatic cost of benefit for indigenization so that we can have this policy way forward to put this indigenization framework in place in Pakistan. Thank you so much. Before going towards Dr. Abid for concluding remarks, I would open the house if Bartley Saab, if you have your comments. Please, Salia.
Yes, thank you very much. I think everyone has highlighted so many challenges on the energy sector, especially. So mostly the affordability and accessibility are the challenges which have been highlighted so far. So despite like highlighting challenges, I would recommend for the agenda for the new government, like billing for the consumer electricity billing is a huge challenge. So I think our government look into the alternatives like average billing is the mechanism that currently being used globally. So they have to be looked into that perspective as well. And for the transport sector, it is also a major emitting emissions sector. So I think the government should work on that if we are switching towards the EV, do we have the infrastructure for that, or we have the charging stations? Are we working on that? And for the industry, we recently came across a study, and we have done in STPI as well on the cement study. So there are multiple challenges that have been highlighted by the stakeholders, and one of them was that there is the lack of policy inconsistency. Like they need at least 10 years for the policy to be implemented. And apart from that, we are also under the Paris Agreement. We emissions challenges, tackling emission challenges. So we need to cater and consider the carbon border adjustment mechanism as well. And carbon markets is one of the tool that needs to be added up into the new government for the reforms agenda. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Salia, for highlighting the average billing, EVs, and obviously the carbon border adjustment mechanism. We do need to integrate our macroeconomic policy with environmental and energy policies. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Abid Qayyum Sulari for his concluding remarks. Before that, if you Tosi.
Just a very quick comment. Basically, Dr. Summing up what we discussed, very interesting discussion. You have collected some, very dynamic brains, and I deliberately didn't mention City BCM, even though it was, not my brainchild, but my baby in a sense that I implemented it. I think predominantly we are discussing two ideas here, and both are sort of opposite to each other. One is centralization, the other is decentralization. I think Dr. Khakan was probably, making sort of advocacy for more centralization. I felt during my 4 years that government doesn't have the capacity, especially with the kind of people they are using right now, for handling this beast. It is simply not possible that they'll be able to sort of tame it over many, many years. I mean, I'm quite sure after 10 years, we'll probably be sitting in this room if we survive, and we'll be discussing probably, that why couldn't we control it? So in my opinion, for the coming government, it's very tight rope walking,
they have to do a cherry picking between centralization and decentralization. CTBCM, what I thought was the name of the game, give more chance to the private sector. And as Dr. Fayaz said, no more capacity to be added. I call it no take or pay projects. What I feel, technology has a very, very important role to play in this, and the next government should employ technology, especially AMI, AMR, and now there's a blockchain technology which world is using to basically an artificial intelligence for all to better cater to the requirements of the customer. So I'm very happy to be invited here. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr.
Badr, I think, yeah. But just a couple of points I will add to what Saleh said. I think Pakistan cement industry has a lot of capacity to absorb a lot of energy, electricity, and we had a consultation with them yesterday, and they said that most of them are not linked to the grid electricity system. So if we can link just one industrial sector with the grid system, our complaints about industrial sector not utilizing or not being connected to the grid system will definitely come down. And I'm sure there'll be some other sectors as well. Similarly, I think there has been a lot of conversation about energy efficiency and energy conservation. And I think this is a very fair point to make, that we use a huge amount of air conditioning where we can use insulation and better building technologies. But at the same time, I think this is also unfair to the people who live in thatched roof houses, who live in mud houses and use very small amounts of electricity. I think we need to make it a policy matter to use to make either the electricity very prohibitively expensive for merely air conditioning, and at the same time we also need to provide very targeted, in fact free electricity to the people who are living in thatched roof houses and mud houses, and so that they can not just use that electricity for their lighting needs, they can also use that for small home-based industries. This is exactly what Delhi's government in India is doing. Why can't we do that in Pakistan? So these are two other recommendations that I must have for the new government.
Well noted, Badr sir.
Just a very quick input, which is on privatization. So we have, the distribution companies. So why not propose a privatization program for the distribution companies, and then have a logic as to if such a program was to happen, what would need to happen before that, like diversified pricing, in terms of what would the sequence of privatization be, all of that. I think that the environment is there. It's possible it could happen. I don't know why we don't really directly talk about it. We are, I think, too sensitive than we need to be on this privatization option.
I have previously also told this one small recommendation, which I think is very small, but we tested it. That is prepaid meters. We always quote this. Akhtar Hamid Khan, one of our famous development scientists, used to tell us Pakistan has not economic problem, we have a moral problem. And we tested in northern Pakistan that when we have people told them to have prepaid meters, the usage come down, the cost come down, and also the organization profit went up because everything started working well. So I don't know. So we tried it in Gilgit, but it was seriously opposed by government, the department, because when we did small research, we found that these departments are contingent of all sort of corruptions, but these are all interlinked. So I think the next government, you want to solve it. I think that is one very simple, straightforward thing. If we can implement that, half our problem is solved, or three of the problem is solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Muzaffar sir. Technology is the way. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Abid, concluding.
So Beth, would you like to show your slides, please? So don't read them, just if you can show them. So, Beth has been very diligently collating all the recommendations.
Sure, I think, yeah, just very quickly going through this, and we'll definitely be developing these further. So just some of the suggestions coming through this debate, yeah. We Yes, definitely, Brother Saab. What's done for us itself for the decade. So we initially started with having a long-term integrated energy planning. That's pretty much it.
So thank you, Abed, for capturing all the recommendations. Ladies and gentlemen, we discussed three very important sectors: economy, digital transformation, energy, and connecting the dots. I feel that, as I have been saying, that Pakistan's problems and challenges, they are interconnected. One cannot resolve any 6, 7 of its challenge and problems, leaving behind a single one. So similarly, the three sectors that we discussed today, the three are interconnected. One cannot try to leave any of the three aside and try to fix the rest of the two. We will not be able to get the result. For example, digital transformation, we saw that use of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data, data triangulation, all of it would help in boosting our economy. It would enable the government to increase its revenue. At the same time, it will enable better energy governance. It would enable better adoption of better energy technologies. Similarly, when we are talking of rationalized expenditures and cost-cutting measures and increased revenue measure, that would provide government some sort of flexibility to spend where it is most required. And Badr was asserting the need for people-centered policy. I think for any government that would be formed after elections, one of the things that they would have to do to increase their footprint, they would be compelled to increase their footprint in social sector development. And in order to increase their footprint, they require additional revenue. And there are two ways of increasing that additional revenue, either to borrow more or to increase cost of taxation. Now, taxation in this time of low growth and high cost of living, perhaps it would be a great challenge. Borrowing more would be a great challenge, keeping our debt sustainability in mind. So another way can be rationalization of expenditure and trying to divert the spending from non-productive generalized subsidies and non-productive expenditures to targeted subsidies and targeted social protection. And that can be a way forward. But for that, of course, government require data triangulation. Government require this use of digital transformation, documented economy. And again, this nexus between three that needs to be strengthened. Similarly, when we are talking of digital transformation, we talked of energy. So energy requirement for digital transformation were highlighted by all our digital tech experts. You are talking about improving energy governance with it. So again, this chicken egg situation is very much there, which takes me back to my initial argument that we need to take all the 3-4 sectors together. Then there are some policy conundrums, and perhaps not today. Maybe you can educate us further. For example, I often think that we pay to IPPs for not using electricity, and we spent hard borrowed dollars to import LNG to warm our water through geysers, gas geysers during winter, and to warm our houses. So why not? Why can't we have this sort of tariff whereby the electricity consumer, if they are consuming electricity beyond a certain threshold, can be actually incentivized so that we can shift the consumption of household consumer from gas to electricity. So the amount that we pay to IPPs in capacity payment charges, if that can be rationally utilized either to the lowest 20% quintile or to those who have been consuming a huge amount of gas for their consumption, if they can be incentivized to consume that electricity, perhaps it can be a win-win situation. Similarly, the two things that we didn't discuss here is, one of them is renewable energy, our policy for renewable energy. And there is this policy conundrum here. I have been saying it all along that our capacity payment charges and renewable energy promotion, they contradict each other. If you are a power sector, you will be very happy to have your renewable energy capacity increasing. If you are a finance secretary, you will be having nightmares looking at your capacity payment charges number. So how to actually synchronize these policies so that again here we can have some sort of win-win situation. And this sort of dilemma, actually it is affecting consumers. So few years ago, consumers, they were those who had got their reverse meters, they could get 1 unit from the grid for each unit they have been supplying to the grid. Today, the ratio has been to, I think, correct me, I think 4 or 5 units you provide to the grid, and you get 1 unit from the grid. Now, all those who have invested huge amounts in their domestic use or their commercial use in this solar energy panels, they require some sort of consistent tariff policy. Otherwise, this promotion of cheap source of renewable energy, that would get affected. Similarly, we didn't discuss just energy transition, the global scenario. We know that South Africa back in 2026 and Indonesia in 2027 were very successfully able to negotiate phasing out of their coal-based power plants and getting this monetary benefit from EU for such a clean energy transition. Now, can we think of some sort of just energy transition model in Pakistan, where the share of coal is now increasing, reaching almost 20% and up to 24% in certain parts of the year. So can we have this sort of just energy transition policy? So these are, I think, the broader issues, but the policy recommendations and the suggestions that you very ably provided us today, we'll be refining them into our policy notes, and we'll be sharing these policy notes with the next government and also in the run-up to election to the political parties. Thank you very much for sparing a full day and joining us and educating and enlightening us from your words of wisdom. And thank you to Team STPI for organizing it.